when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range, cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow. Swear I won't forget this, why do I regret this? In my mind reckless, thoughts are feeling endless. Sitting up, I'm breathless, anxiety's infectious. I feel so defenseless, betrayed and embarrassed. I hate being open, I hate being broken. I feel like an ocean filled up with emotion. Anger ain't a potion, rub it on like lotion. I can feel it soaking, reopen, the scars have awoken. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go.
What's up, everybody? What is good? We got Oak Enclave. Do you want to go by your name, or you got John up there, right?
Yeah,
Go by
you can
John?
put John. I always put John up. Most everybody knows me by John by now.
Cool.
So,
I try to make it a habit for anyone with their channel name or whatever, and even if they tell me their name, I'm like, don't tell me. I don't want to slip if you don't want no one to know.
Yeah, no, they know. They know. Yeah. So the cat's been out of the bag for a while now.
Well, I've been good at keeping Nina's name under my tongue.
Yeah.
I think I slipped twice, but
I'm pretty sure that Nina, we all know Nina's name now, right? Nina. That's her name, right?
It's Nina. Nina.
Yeah. Well, it's good to be with you, Steve.
Yeah, I've been excited about this all week. And yeah, really excited, but everything is going on. I haven't really prepared. So,
that happens. That's the casualty of being busy, being, what you do, your full-time work, and and this isn't, anybody that streamed knows that this isn't just a 5-minute thing,
Right.
Good to see Charlie.
Plus I've talked to you a lot of times, and you're easy to talk to, and it's but yeah, who we got? We got Broke Fish and stop by. Kathy Long Beach, aloha. Silver Girl, aloha. Love you, Silver Girl. None your business at all. Deeds, what's up, Deeds? Shane Phelps and Charlie. You got to remind me, Charlie. At the end, I'll have to play your video for this week. It's longer than 5 minutes. So yeah, I titled it "Win a Fight, Lose a Friend," and I know that can mean so many different things. It doesn't mean me and John are fighting at all.
No.
Actually, a couple
What?
of people asked me that, like, "Oh, what's going on?" I'm like, "No,
Well,
nothing."
it comes from its advent is in our we were all together, you, me, Simone, and Nina on her stream, and we were talking a couple of different things. One of the things we were talking about is we were talking about um, when you're trying to reconcile with a friend, and you talked about somebody that you'd had a falling out with because of he was a personal and a professional associate, and how
Yeah,
hard that is to kind of sometimes when you do certain things, you can't take certain things back. But then we were also talking about just how the political divide in this country is just it's so polemic right now that where it almost seems it's impossible if you're on one side of the issue to reconcile with the other side of an issue. And so when it comes to friends, and it's your enemy, it's somebody that there's a quote I love from G.K. Chesterton. I don't know if I've ever told you this one or not. I don't know if you're familiar with who G.K. Chesterton was or not, but he was an English poet and thinker and philosopher. And he just said, the Bible usually tells us to love our neighbor and to love our enemy because usually they're one and the same person.
you're right. Yeah,
But yeah, so we sometimes if it's somebody that's like that's why it's hard on the internet, because be like there's a name, there's a handle that doesn't have like an identity, and it's a distant person. You can be like, yeah, you're an a-hole, and yeah, you're a jerk, and yeah, you're destroying this country, blah blah.
right. And it's
Um,
easy to.
yeah, it is easy to do that, but it's actually much also easier in a lot of the relationships that we have, friendships and family and other communities that we're part of, to actually also get into that same kind of fighting. And it's sad because it's everywhere. It seems like it's everywhere, that it's a sign of our times. And so we kind of talked about, we weren't able to really get into it as much because, sometimes when you do in a huge panel, lots of people get in a conversation adapts and
Subject changes real
changes. Yeah.
fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Jimmy, Moni, aloha. Sorry.
You're good,
Oh,
brother.
you keep going though. I just saying hi.
Yeah. So that's kind of where we started with that. And we thought, well, maybe we can go more into it. It sounded like you were you were kind of interested into how to get
Yeah, I
into this
was
stuff.
because
And yeah.
a while back, well, I was still living in Detroit, so but I just for a very short time, um, I took a psychology class
Right.
online, and I like only like a couple. So, but I learned enough to where I was, I'm still interested in stuff like that. And to me, that's kind of down the same, how people think and how they act and snark and sass. Aloha. Wow, I haven't seen you in a while, snark and sass. But yeah, it's just interesting to me that like how well one like when we started talking about it last week was the political thing. And I mean think back before 2016. Did it ever matter? Like even anyone in the chat, whatever, did it ever matter if someone was on the left or on the right? I mean, if it did, I never noticed it. And
Right.
for some reason, after 2016, it was a huge deal, you
Yeah.
know,
Well,
like
I think to me, really, a lot of that started in 2014. I think 2014 is really when the epitome of the political thing switched. But it used to be, it was kind of funny because you kind of would have, I kind of think of people like, if you remember watching the old CNN Crossfire, and you would have someone like Tucker Carlson, and they'd have like Paul Begala. And if you don't know who Paul Begala was, he was a Clinton. He was in the Clinton White House, and then he went to CNN, and and he was the one that wrote the book. It's economics stupid, and he was one of the big guys to push a lot of different things. But they would have the Crossfire, and they would talk about things, and it was kind of an idea that let's talk about the policy, like should we do deficit spending, or should we should we, try to reduce the debt, or should we cut taxes? When you're talking in those kinds of issues, then it becomes about policy, and it's about what's the right policy. But somewhere, and it seems to have happened around 2014, in my opinion, we got into this kind of model of identity politics. And when we can now conflate identity with politics, now when you are suggesting a political side or position, it's not just about a policy, it's about an identity. And if you think about it, all now in there, you think about it, whether it be abortion, whether it be gay marriage, whether you think about trans rights, whatever the gamut you want to put that on, all of those things now are personally attached, and they carry an emotional charge to whoever that person is. And I don't think that's by accident, because if you get people fighting with each other about who's right and who's wrong, then maybe the people who are really in power can kind of get away with doing what they want. How it's been the story, we fight amongst ourselves why they continue to get rich and get more power. But
so that's the conclusion I've come to.
That happened. So
the exact same conclusion. It's just, smoke and mirrors. That's
exactly. So I think that's part of the reason with the politics, is that it became identity politics. And then I think the other thing too is that for a lot of people, we were talking about this a bit in the green room before we got on, about how personality kind of can be forged in that. You can actually forge personality in your theology. You can kind of merge it into your political identity, and sometimes it's hard to divorce those things, where they're trying to sparse that out. So it becomes, and I can remember this same thing happening, like I was always the same way. I'd always kind of like, well, I grew up conservative, so I was like, oh, those socialists in there, those socialists, those greeny commies, and when you start kind of putting a label, and sometimes it's important to understand that if somebody is what they are, then that's a fair word to use. So if you put a sickle and hammer on a t-shirt and you're wearing it, then you're probably a communist, or you identify with the communist. But when we kind of resort to those terms and we kind of start name calling, and it becomes a shorthand, and actually that's what it becomes. I think the advent of this too, Steve, is the rise of social media and the rise of memes. And there was a book I read a couple of years ago, and it was written a long time ago, but it was by a guy who actually used to do coding for Microsoft. And he warned right before the meme stuff came out, he warned about how he called it again, I'm going to butcher this, mimetic thinking. There we go. Mimetic thinking was a cancer, because what you do is then it's all about reducing, right? If you think about a meme, it has to be very easy and funny to understand, and it has to be something like within a second you can identify with it and then laugh at it or whatever, or be triggered by it. And the problem is that actually divorces you from the ability to actually talk about the issue. So if you just kind of have like a, if you just put a meme out there, if you put a meme out there, it kind of by its nature has to kind of divorce you from being able to discuss the issue and just think about it in that way. And everything we have is in these blocks of these memes. And then politics becomes a meme. And then if you don't agree with that meme, or if you think that meme is funny, then then the people who are identifying with those groups become a meme. And then they become less human. We've actually dehumanized people that way. So
I call it dumbing people down.
Right. And that's kind of like what was like kind of in the idea of what that Idiocracy movie was, which is funny because it's so much like how we are right now. But it's not,
I always say that. I go, that movie went from a comedy to a documentary.
Right. But it's kind of interesting because there's kind of a parallel culture-wise as well. Because if you think about it, so this is not only has this happened with like the memes on internet culture, but you think about it before memes came around, the idea of people. I used to always think, and again, this is not me making a judgment or if people want to wear what they wear, fine. But I used to always go like, why does someone want to wear Abercrombie and Finch t-shirt? Are they paying me to advertise their company?
Right. Yeah. No.
But if you think about it, and there's whole stores like Hot Topic where you just go in there and your clothing is Walking Dead, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. And then we become these things. We're on the surface, we're wearing the very things that we identify with. And then when somebody else comes around and they don't identify with that, or they don't like it, they can either do, I hope, the first thing, which is to just kind of go, okay, whatever, they're a Harry Potter fan. But for the people who get triggered by it, then they feel like that's an open invitation. And we have like this thing in our thinking where people think, well, if you're wearing a Harry Potter t-shirt in the mall, or if you get on Facebook and you post something that I disagree with, it's open season for that. And I think for some reason, whatever the case is, this has kind of caused us in our thinking to be more okay with, yelling at people. And that's kind of where the whole Karen phenomenon is coming at. I mean, think about that. The whole idea of Karens is the idea that there's people out there who think, hey, you're doing something I don't like. Let me tell you about it. Whereas it used to
like
go like,
down
hey,
to
man, that's your business, that's my business, whatever, move on,
Right. It kind of comes down to like a judgment, like a judging. You just, you see them wearing a certain thing or whatever, you automatically assume, I mean, it's judging them, right? Like,
right. And I think if you go back down to the root of it, a lot of people who do this, so, and I don't care what side of the political spectrum you get at, or what, whether you're a snowflake, or you are woke, if you're woke snowflake, or if you're a MAGA person or whatever, if you say things in a certain way, it's kind of funny because we have the situation, I think, where we become so triggered by the idea of someone espousing something that we feel we have to take, like we think it's our threat. Like I can remember growing up, everyone saying, "Oh, there's a war on Christmas," and I go, "Why is there a war on Christmas?" Because they don't say Merry Christmas, and I'm like,
I remember that.
if your whole meaning of Christmas is ruined by whether someone says Merry Christmas or not, like I understand why it's nice to hear it, but if Christmas is dead because someone at a store who maybe doesn't want to say it or is uncomfortable saying it, there's a lot of reasons why they may not say it. But if that's why we're losing Christmas is because someone doesn't want to say it, like, why is that a lot? And that's what we got into this point where, like, you'll see someone advocate in a public space a position, and then another side says, well, that means you're coming after us. And that doesn't necessarily mean that. You could advocate your belief, you could advocate your lifestyle, you could advocate those things. You could not have the intention. Some people might. There's probably definitely people out there who are trying to like get people to do things that they want, or are trying to like trigger people on purpose. But for the most part, you can advocate, you could be who you are, but it's not necessarily trying to attack someone else. But we think that way. And I think if you think about it, people feel insecure, right? If you're really concerned about the climate, and when someone says, I don't believe in climate change, could you imagine what that makes them feel? It makes them feel like this person doesn't care about the earth. But again, what they're forgetting is this person, you can't make that assumption because that's what your assumption is. But that person there could be just saying, I care about the environment. I just don't know if this is the cause.
Right.
So let's talk about that, And so I guess that's part of the thing about when you talk about this. And I think this is why people like Dale Carnegie, who says, when the argument lose the friend, is talking about is he says another popular quote, which is the best way to win an argument, or the best way to have an argument, is to avoid one.
Right. Yeah.
And I think it's because I think it's savvy to say, okay, is this person going to be capable of having an argument? Can they understand like the academic kind of, or maybe this person, maybe they're very insensitive about what they believe. And maybe, there's a lot of different things, whole different things that you could be going through, that why they don't do what they do. And I think if we could just kind of do this little, I call it my Sherlock Holmes case. So I was telling you, Steve, before, I often wondered if I had kind of like an Asperger's thing, because I go, okay, I wouldn't understand why someone didn't like what I liked, or I didn't understand why they liked what they liked. And then I kind of started thinking, like, let's play a game. Okay. Let's figure out, okay, why do they like it? When did they start liking it? And start asking questions. You'll then start to learn why someone thinks the way they do and feels the way they do. And if you ask questions and they expose something that you go, well, wait a minute, maybe that's built on a faulty thinking. Maybe if there's an opportunity, right? But I think we have two extremes in our country right now, which is that one extreme says we have to absolutely win every argument. We have to have every argument's worth having. And then the opposite that says we have to avoid arguments altogether. There are good arguments. There's also a good time for an argument. A good time to talk about, if you believe, for example, I have a very unpopular opinion, Steve, but it's because it's based in my theology, my religion, my faith. It's all based in that. I don't believe people should be cremated. And so if I go to someone and say, hey, you should cremate your relative, like 10 minutes after they've cremated the relative, is that a good time to have that argument? I don't think so. Like,
Right.
Like maybe that's not the right time, is to talk about that, is when they're just dealing with that question. Or if they've done that and someone that has, and that they believe that, go, well, can you tell me why you thought that was a good idea? And usually they're going to tell you the reasoning for it. And if you can be dignified and say, look, they have a good reason for it, and I have my reasons for it, can't we just acknowledge that that person is going to do what they're going to do? They're going to have that. They're going to acknowledge that, and I'm going to acknowledge and advocate for what I believe. And can we just say, okay, I understand where you're coming from. You understand where I'm coming from, and acknowledge that I don't have the right. And I think that's another thing too. People, I think, take ownership of certain people, go, well, I'm entitled to tell you exactly what I think and feel every time and everything you do. And it's like, how did you earn that right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, I think your spouse earns that right, obviously. I think, like, your close friends earn that right. But if it's somebody that you barely know and you're telling them, like, hey, well, by the way, you should have done that. You should do this, like, it's
exactly. And that's what I always wonder too, about, like, when you're a little bit ago, you're saying how, like, people get triggered or they get mad, or, if you think different. And to me, unless that person's like a close friend or I care about them, like if it's just some, person I just met or walking down, and I never understood how people get upset. Cause to me, it's like, I don't care what they think about. Like, when am I getting upset about, you know? But I know a lot of people that they don't even know someone and they say something and it ruins their
right,
whole day. And it's like,
right.
like,
And
you
that's
think
why
that
I
person's
think,
losing sleep?
and I think that's why it's important to realize what something means to someone, because um, let's be honest, I think there's a metric of an ideal. There really shouldn't be, ideally, there shouldn't be a lot of things that interfere with your joy, that interfere with your, people call it happiness. I don't like calling it happiness, because happiness to me is a very, it's based on like event. It's like, it's very kind of like, oh, I'm happy because I got a raise. I'm happy because I had a new job. And then usually you have sadness because you have something bad, but joy can be something you can have regardless if you're happy or you're sad. It's lasting because it's a constant mindset. It's a kind of constant reality that you live in that humbles you and gives you kind of an idea of who you are. But the joy, to me, is that there's a joy you can take and say, look, I don't have to be triggered by all this. I don't have to get upset. This doesn't have to upset me. Why do I feel like it has to upset me? And usually you'll find that a lot of people feel that way because to them, it means they'll lose something very valuable to them. It's like going into someone's house that's a hoarder. My late brother was a hoarder. I don't know why my brother felt like he had to have 60 McDonald's cups, right?
Right? Me
He was
neither.
attached to it. He was attached to it, right? And that's the reality. People get upset because they're attached to things, and they can be attached to an idea as much as they are to a thing. And that gives them an identity and it gives them a purpose. And when you divorce those things, or when someone openly says, I don't know if I agree with that, and they're uncomfortable or they're not confident, right? Like, you could get up here and tell me that you don't believe in God, and that's your belief. I'm not gonna, but that's not going to threaten me and my belief.
Exactly.
right? That won't threaten me and my belief. That's not going to get in the way of my joy that I have from God, but that won't get in the way of my beliefs. But that's because I don't need someone else's acceptance to confirm that belief. Because if that was the case, then it would be an inferior belief, in my opinion. But also, then really, is it because you really believe it or because you want to be popular? Like, there's a lot of different questions you can take down that question. But I think a lot of people are attached to things because it creates their identity. And I think they are very self-conscious and they have low confidence about that belief. So they're very fragile about it. So if there's people walking around us who are fragile about why they believe in things, well, first of all, maybe they need to have the occasional rock thrown at their glass house that they can realize, you know what, maybe I can be a little tougher than what I am. But also, you have to think about the human compassionate thing to do as well, and realize that sometimes, and I think there's some very fundamental truths in the Bible. I think one of them is that you can attract more flies with honey than you do vinegar. And I think that is your disposition. I think that's your ability to, and the other way I look at this is, I think I look at it from sales. So I used to do sales for Schwann's, and Schwann's kind of revolutionized sales because Marvin Schwann, who was the founder of the company, had an idea called what he called warm door sales. Now we all know what cold door sales are. That's somebody that you've never met comes up to your door and tries to sell you right there on the spot, right? Warm door sales is, I come, I give you a free sample of one of my ice cream cones. I give you a catalog. I give you my name and say, hey, Steve, I'm going to be in the neighborhood in a couple of weeks. If you ever need anything, let me know. I'll be around.
Right.
If you have questions, let me know. When you say those kinds of things, you're enabling someone, right? Hey, if you got a question, you can come to me. And there's actually a psychological lesson that can be learned from that, because now what you're doing is you're giving them permission to kind of be able to be more. And so, but if you have to sell someone immediately, and I think about this with the argument, if you have to win that argument at that moment, so much so that you will lose the friend or you will lose that relationship, or you can cause someone a lot of emotional pain, is that worth it? I would say no, it's not.
Me too.
I would say it's not, because someone can always come around to seeing your side of things. But once you completely shatter somebody, once you completely show somebody that when they're down, or when maybe they're not sure, and you're just there to crush them because you
kick them when they're down,
right,
or pouring salt on the wound. Yep.
Right. And I think that's the thing too, is you have to be right. If that's your issue, if you have to be right 100% all the time, if you have to win the argument, then that's something about you that you need to get resolved. And that is going to affect your ability to have good relationships, because we're going to have to find, I think, as a human race, as people, we have to look loosely at what fundamentally we all believe in, what we fundamentally hold dear. And that was that was the great thing about the American experiment, Steve, I think, is that it was the idea that we could all say freedom, it's about liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness, those kinds of things, those ideas, the idea of, hey, I'm not going to get in your way of doing what Steve wants to do or what Steve needs to do. Don't tread on me either. Right. But now that's an offensive thing to people, because it brings up the patriarchy. I could go into a lot of different rabbit holes on why people get.
And now all that stuff is associated with when it never really was, and now certain things mean things they don't mean or never used to mean, but boom, now for some reason that means something
on the spot.
You know what I mean? Like, or you can just obey and do what they tell you.
Right. You need to have like the don't tread on me and the red, and then that could be the red pill, and then the obeys in blue with the blue pill, right?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. But so I think we have to have questions about why we have to feel like we need to win an argument in that moment, or why and if it's because it's us, if it's because of our ego, it's because it makes us feel better, it gives us a sense of purpose, it gives us a sense of identity, then we need a different sense of identity. That's just my opinion, because if going around being always right is what makes you feel better, then you're missing something critical, because there are much fundamental greater things in life that you can enjoy, that you can live with, that will give you a better sense of meaning than those things. But again, there's also the other aspect of that, which is psychological, and it's personality driven, which is, why do you feel that way? And I think you'll find a lot of people that are like that probably have a fear that they're trying to deal with, Just my opinion.
Yep, absolutely. That's yeah, I'm like mesmerized with this. I just love listening to you, man, because you're like, so much, like, so informative. And I love too how like, I know you're well educated, man, but then how it's that we're, like, this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's like, and I guess it all goes back to the same thing. Like when you're arguing, instead of like, you did this and why didn't you, and it's you, and then other people that, are somewhat intelligent, they like boast about it, or like, I know what I'm talking about. I don't,
Right.
like, I studied this and I know this and I read,
Right.
but
Right.
and that kind of stuff just like pushes me away. Like, yeah, okay.
Well, it pushes everyone away. I think most people,
Right.
the few people that don't get pushed away by that are people who are either are easily moved by cult of personality, or they are themselves a subscriber of their own BS. Because it's funny, because I think a lot of it comes down to, as well, is you have to have a vested interest in saying, okay, what's the point? What's the end game? If my end game is to win the argument, then I'll do anything I can to win that argument. Right. I see this a lot with people who debate stuff, especially because I used to do a lot of stuff with people. I used to be one of those few Christians that would actually go on atheist YouTube streams, and I would have like a panel, and there's like 7 atheists against me, and we'd find a lot of common ground because they were actually shocked by some of the things that I agreed that they agreed with. But one of the things that I'd say is, sometimes I go, okay, well, if you have to win an argument so bad that you look better for it, or that you are going to go, like, this is when you get into the fallacies. This is when you get into to a point where you're trying to be clever. And I think sometimes being clever is overrated. I think sometimes coming off as intellectual or too smart or whatever is this idea, and let's just, I don't know. I was looking at that chat. I was trying to figure out what that guy is trying to say, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I feel like. That's truly what I think is the issue, is that I think a lot of times people look at those things and go, hey, well, I'm trying to find a right argument. I'm trying to find, it. And again, to me, if you're trying to convince someone, why are you trying to convince someone? And I think sometimes the best way you can convince someone of a point is by letting them come to you first and ask you a question about something. Like, if I go in and said, I'm not going to go to call Steve up and say, hey, Steve, so you think you know about plumbing, right? And be like, so if you're such a smart guy, what do you say about this or this, or PVC versus brass? But if someone comes to you and says, I have a question, how would you do it this way? One, you're going to probably figure out exactly what the person's position is. And I think that's the problem too. Sometimes when you're thinking about winning an argument, you're going to be too caught off by actually what they're really saying. You're not going to be thinking about what they're saying.
Good point. Yep. Because whoever wants to win the argument is kind of just letting the other person talk so that they can say what they're going to say.
Right.
To win.
Right.
Instead of, right. And see what Travis say. You will not like what I think, but that's the whole point of what we're talking about, Travis, kind of, because it's nobody likes what another person thinks. Doesn't matter who. At some point or time, you're not gonna like what another person thinks. Everybody. So it's just how. Then what? You know.
Right.
You don't
Right.
like what that person thinks, so screw you. I don't ever want to talk to you again. You know,
Right.
being friends with you isn't worth it because you think that one thing different.
Right. Well, and I think, you know, so I do believe that there's kind of a strategy that you should employ of what you think is the right way of, because again, when matter to you, um, when, oh yeah, well, yeah, and that's a good point. Joker does make a good point that winning is not over talking or raising your voice. Winning is proving a point. However, you can prove a point to someone and they won't, and you can be quote unquote the winner of the argument and not convince that person. Because there's another thing too, which is that sometimes people are in a state in mind, they're in a place in their life where the argument itself cannot convince them. And I think that's the other thing too, is there are people out there who say, well, if I just get a good argument, if I just get the best argument, if I can just hear the right argument, if you give me all the evidence, there are people who don't are not convinced because they don't want to be convinced, or because they're putting in another impossible standard on being convinced. And sometimes that validation, Joker, is not in an immediate thing. Sometimes that validation is long after the quote unquote argument or debate happens, because sometimes those validations are not seen right away. I mean, sometimes you can say, well, and it all depends on what you're having the debate about, because I think the debate itself, what you're trying to measure, like, I mean, if you're trying to have a debate, one of the things I think is I've said this before. You can, if someone says, you know what, I'm the worst person in the world, or I'm the ugliest person in the world, first of all, don't ever get in that argument, because really that they're just trying to say that to make them feel bad, because they probably have most likely some kind of depression, and they're trying to feed their negative ego to make them feel better about the fact that they don't like themselves. But the way to win that argument is to say, well, until you've literally met every human being on the earth who can give you a validation to that point, you cannot say that definitively. You can say that about, well, all the people on my street probably think I'm ugly. Well, that you could probably go figure that out. I think the numbers are going to bear out that that's not likely.
Right.
There's probably going to be at least one person on your street that's going to be like, well, and maybe, and so that's the other thing too, is at some point there are certain arguments where you don't need to get into or have. If somebody's having a question, and I think this is why I think too, we have to distinguish between what an actual debate is versus an argument, because sometimes we think that having a debate, where you can define the terms, where you can say, okay, what would be, for example, in a debate, and I used to do debate in college and high school. So you would always set up with, okay, here's my claim. Here's my warrant for that claim, meaning, okay, Steve, if you don't eat gummy bears right now, your belly will explode. So that's the claim. If you don't eat, the warrant would be the validation or the evidence of that. Well, right now, if you don't have, and of course you can't come up with that. I'm just giving you an example. And then you would have to come up with like you're basically organizing that to a point where you're trying to say, where you're formalizing it to a point where you say, okay, if we don't do this, this will happen. And if this will be a result of this. And we know this because this has happened, or we've seen this, and we've been able to validate this or that, right? So an argument sometimes, though, is to say things like, Steve, you look hideous in blue. That's a subjective thing, right? And so I think sometimes people think that some arguments are equal and they're not. And sometimes, and so that's the thing is, and if you're going to get into subjective arguments, I mean, don't, but you can't prove those kinds of things. So there are people who want to get into arguments with you where there's no evidence that you can give them, or where you're going to be trying to argue from a logical perspective, and they're not. And so I think sometimes you have to realize who's the bad faith actor, who's somebody who just has an absurd, an unrealistic standard for being able to prove to them what that is. And I do believe that that is, in my opinion, Steve, that I think those are skills to have. And so when to have an argument and not to have an argument, and also why does the argument need to be had? And there's times, and I do think there are times when you do have to come to somebody like a brother or a sister or a friend that you have a close relationship, say, look, if you don't stop your drinking, like, and I'm not talking about like occasional drink, I'm talking about like you're drinking like 12 6-packs a day, kind of, you know, if you don't, you're going to end up dead.
Couple fifths.
Right? You're going to end up with these health issues. You're going to end up with this and that, right? I mean, that is something to me that is, again, but is that an argument or is that a
concern? Right.
And I think that's the other thing too. So sometimes people think, and I think this is kind of the language, we got to get this way too, where we go, well, you know, there are two words. I think there's concern, and then the other word I like to say is discern. So a lot of people think, well, you shouldn't judge somebody else, which is absolutely true. But if you see behavior that's concerning to you and you're able to discern, meaning you're able to tell that this is coming from something like maybe they're having a destructive behavior or a habit or something, or they're not dealing with an issue they need to deal with or whatever, then you can go to them if you have that relationship and Travis Joe, I want to communicate with and put that to that point. And I think a lot of times when we think about what, like, especially someone like, you know, in the case of what Dale Carnegie says when he says, when the argument loses a friend, is that if you get to a point where to you, the only way to convince that person is by belittling them or trying to overwhelm them so much of showing that you're right. Like, usually the people who go out of their way to try to prove they're right often prove they're wrong. And a lot of times, a lot of people who are trying to do that aren't doing it because they love. They're not doing it because they're concerned. They're not doing it because of any of those things. They're doing it because they feel entitled to, or they're dealing with their own struggles. And I think that's an important thing to talk about. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I was just thinking, like, my whole life, well, I guess there's three. Most of the arguments, it's either one or two things, sometimes a third, but it's the way I look at it is they're just so stubborn that it doesn't matter what I say. Like we were saying earlier, they're not hearing me. They're just waiting for me to say what I'm saying so that they can come back and say what they're saying. And it's like, dude, I can tell you're not even hearing a word that's coming out of my mouth, or they disagree with me. They agree with me just because they don't want to argue. So it's like, no, yeah, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. Okay, that's cool. We're cool. We're cool. Okay. And it's like, you're disagreeing with me. It's obvious, you know. Or the third one is, which this is kind of more particular to like family that I've had arguments with. Yeah, belittle you and just like, you know, like, well, you're a piece of shit. And it's like, whoa, what does that have to do with the argument? You know, like, so, but I've always been like, I literally listen and try to put myself in their shoes and try to understand where they're coming from. And so I'm usually confused because it's like, why is it just me? Why can't we just talk about this, or, you know, meet halfway, or come to an understanding, or even just agree to disagree? Not, I beg to differ, you know?
Well, and I think the other thing too is, so there's a couple of things we have to realize. There are people out there who are fools, who are really foolish. And the way we know they're foolish is because they do not seek reprovement. They don't seek a standardized truth, right? It's all about their ego. So those people are already their ego is already, you know, inflared. The struggle, and this is always the struggle when you're trying to come to someone like that's a friend or family that's close, is how we can go into that position without inflaming the pride, because human pride is so delicate. And the minute that gets scratched, the minute that gets inflamed, it causes this resentment to come out of someone, and they become personally resenting towards you. And getting rid of that, and if you're already someone that struggles with pride and struggles with ego, you're probably not going to be a person that's also going to be willing or able or won't do it without a lot of struggle of getting rid of that resentment. And I think that happens to a lot of people. I know that I struggle with that a lot, and I've gotten better, but I used to struggle a lot. And I think a lot of it came too because, especially with my older brother, he'd be always the one that I could never BS, right? I could never BS my brother. He always knew what was
I'm
going on with
laughing
me.
because
Yeah.
I'm laughing because same thing with my older sister, and I know
Yeah.
I know your
Yeah.
brothers and my
Yeah.
sister are probably hanging out right now, but
Right. Yeah. And he's playing pool. My brother used to love playing pool. That was, he was in the pool halls. So, but and it hurt because he was the one person I wanted to impress upon sometimes. So sometimes when someone comes with some kind of position or authority or some kind of clout to you, and they say, hey, it's kind of funny because I watch movies with my wife or watch TV shows, and I'm okay. I'm a sucker. I get emotional for some of that stuff, dude. Okay. I'm not gonna hide it. I do. There's certain stuff that
me too. I
and
was gonna say we should do another one of these, but because I know you're a movie buff, and
yeah.
I am too, not as much as you, but we should. But anyway, that's
Right.
another time.
But I was watching Castle because I went to the thrift store, and I found, like, the minute I walked into the thrift store, there were the first 5 seasons of Castle, and they were like $5 each. So I'm like, oh, $25 for the first 5 seasons. That's a good deal.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm watching it, and in the 5th season, I'm almost done with the season, 5th season. But I'm in the 5th season, the Castle, which, by the way, the guy that plays Castle is in real life related to me.
Oh really?
He's a
No
distant
kidding.
cousin of mine. Yeah, Nathan Fillion. But
Pretty cool.
he finally meets his dad, and his dad tells him, "I'm proud of you." And I just choked. I just choked up a bit. And my wife's like, "I don't," and she was like, trying to figure out why that is. And I said, you can kind of identify with that. You might know a little bit of that, but only a father-son relationship understands that. No one understands more the desire to have pride in their fathers know what it's like to want to have pride in their children, and sons especially know what it's like to want to have their father's pride and to feel like they've done something that their father is proud, and it's just so when you get to someone that's like a father figure, or someone that's like a father or is your father, and they come to you and they tell you, hey, look, this is a problem and I'm very upset about it, or this is not, you're going
I'm
to get defensive
disappointed in
immediately.
you.
You're going to, yep. And so then at that point, what you say or what you do is, okay, look, you're at that threshold where you can cross the Rubicon and completely do a lot of damage. And my dad was that kind of person. My dad would just be like, "What the fuck? We're gonna go get you!" And I learned a lot of that dynamic, and so I get that thing. But what I realized was my dad had anxiety. I didn't realize that. My dad, of course, men, we don't like to talk about our emotions. Right? We don't like to talk about a lot of things, which my wife has kind of been learning to.
Just keep
She'll be like, "Oh,
it.
what did you and your friend talk about?" I'm like, "We just talked about stuff." Like what? Like, I don't know, like stuff. Like we don't like even talking about what we talk about.
We got a new baseball bat. It was pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, no, I remember, I would say real quick, I remember the first time my daddy said he was proud of me. And yeah, I'll never forget that, because it's one of those, your whole life, that's what you want to hear, you want to hear your dad say that he's, I mean, that's just Drew,
Right.
what's up?
And I think the other thing too is, um, So you're at that point where, okay, they're going to be a little defensive. They're going to push back. But I think a lot of people, once they get past the initial, like, you've said something and you try to treat it as best you can. And we were talking about this before that we got on, Steve, but when you say things like, you don't understand, you can't understand, you do this to me when you say those kinds of very definitive things of saying, you just don't love me, you just don't care about me, you just don't understand, like when you say those kinds of things, you're going to even make it worse. Like it's like a slot machine, when you get all the cherries in a row. It's like ding 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 ding, ding. You're really gonna like stop.
It's automatically putting up a defense wall for them.
Yeah. So, but all of us are gonna have a little space where we're gonna go, okay, I'm a little put back by that, but how do I come back and kind of and internalize that and think about what I need to do to improve that? Is what that person's saying legitimate? Sometimes people come to you and will and say things that aren't, you may not feel that way, but you should try to do the good deed of, or the good work of trying to meet them halfway and say, okay, well, maybe there's a reason why they think that. Maybe they don't understand something, maybe, but all those things kind of hit that point. So I guess the part of it is it's kind of like, you could take a bazooka and you could kill a mouse with it, but you could also take out the cat, right? You could take out half the wall in the kitchen. Like, so when you go and you're bringing the big guns, if you absolutely have to, and Carnegie says this too. He says, whenever you get into a situation, think about what the worst situation could be and prepare for that situation. And if the worst situation is, if I say something, and we all feel that way, like I get that way too, everyone does, you start getting like, boom, 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 boom. You get like built up, and that's that ego. That's that kind of, and then you just got to like bite it down. You just got to have to like let it go and then say, okay, let me write this down. And I've learned that's what I have to do sometimes, is just go, okay, if I really want to say something, I'll write it down. And then when you're writing it down, you go, wait a minute, that's coming off really strong, and again, you're not letting you try to not to let the emotion of the situation. And I think that's the thing too. If you're arguing, and this is kind of what Joe was saying with, if you're how loud you're saying it, but the other thing too is if you're saying it with a lot of emotion, that doesn't mean your argument's right. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It just also means that you're using emotion to try to convince someone rather than the facts. And if you're going to try to, do that, then is it really a true evidential based argument, or are you trying to emotionally manipulate people? And I think, as well as it is to be careful of people who may be too sensitive to talk about some of those things, you need to say, okay, you know what? I realize I can't talk about the burial issue with certain people. I know that I can't talk about certain other things that I believe with other people, right? And it's just gonna cause a lot of hoopla and stink. So what do? You let it go, because one, there's much more you can get from that friend or that person if you try to maintain that friendship. And sometimes it's unavoidable. Sometimes you have to lose a friend. Sometimes that passing goes. Sometimes too much is done, or it changes things, right? And that's the reality of things. Like when you bring something up to somebody and you're like, hey, this is an issue that I have. I don't like that this is happening, or I don't like you for saying this, or I don't like. You're now putting yourself in a position where now that is going to be like someone's going to be caught off guard by it, right? For example, I know that one of my friends, he used to be my best friend. We haven't talked in 2.5 years. And part of that is his wife got on me on Facebook because I was quoting medical journals on the true efficacy of masks. Right? Right. And she calls me out. She's like, what Alex Jones are you watching? What, and I'm like, okay, if you truly are concerned about me believing or thinking something that's wrong, don't try to like in public try to embarrass me with it. Don't try to like shout out somebody, come to me and say, hey, where did you get that? I didn't heard that.
Why would you think that? Yeah, because I see that's a good point. That's a really good
But see, her issue was she had the ego because she's a nurse, right? And I'm saying something that conflates with her identity, right? And part of her identity as a nurse, and this doesn't reflect all nurses, obviously, but there are some people like this that are nurses and the doctors in the medical establishment that had that ego because they've accomplished a lot with their education. They're doing life-saving things all the time. So I don't blame them for being tempted to be egotistical. And in some fact, you want that to happen, right? I was saying that to someone, about the back surgery. It's like I wouldn't when we were going to her back surgery. The doctor's like, yeah, this should be hard. There's going to be a couple of risks. We always got to cover those things. But I'm telling you, I think you don't want your surgeon going like, I don't know if I can do this or not. Like I have to have that a little bit, But part of her thing is her identity was being a nurse, right? And this is part of the problem I had with the whole stuff with the thing going on is that they were like, oh, they were heroes, and it's like she's got this inflated self, and so here I am, this peon, plebe, who's telling her I'm not actually telling her something that Alex Jones said. I'm not telling her something that I believe. I'm telling her something that the New England School of Journalism says, and she and at some point, like, and I don't know if you've ever had that experience, Steve, but there's like some point where like someone's going to come to you and go, they're going to come at you, and the way they come at you, go, you know what? I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for other people in my Facebook who may not understand why this is something, So I'm making this definitive statement now. Well, anyways, my friends didn't talk to me. This is my best friend's wife that did this, and we hadn't talked. And I kind of came on him and I said, hey, like, dude, what the hell's up, with your wife? And I realize now that was a Rubicon and that's on me. I was right for what I said. She did do me wrong by the way she called me out on Facebook, but I did not help the situation by saying, dude, about your wife. Because, and Steve, I think you can identify with this. When another man comes at you about your wife, like it's like don't F with my family kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if they're wrong, you're like, I'm going to still defend them. And I was so upset, was so angry. And like I said, like I saw them the other day in a restaurant, and I said, hey, I'm sorry for all the things that happened. Here's my number. I went out of my way to try to say, okay, look, I want this friendship to kind of continue if we can, but it can't. And it's partly a lot of different things, but I said, I'm not going to be the one that stops that. Right. So if you don't want to be my friend, that's fine. If this is still an issue 3 years later, where you're still upset about this, there's nothing I can do about that. But
right. Yeah. You do what you can. And
I did add insult to injury with that by saying that. And I realized that. And I was angry and I was upset. And it's, and it's because he was not ignoring me. And and it wasn't like I was like saying, dude, your wife kind of thing. It was like, why don't you just talk to her and get her right and then tell me what's going on? And and I kind of just basically screen captured all the things she said and I just put it in one big blob. And I realized that was probably also the wrong thing, because again, what was I trying to do? I was trying to show him, I was trying to win the argument with him that, look, your wife was out of bounds. Well, first of all, I don't need him to tell me that because I knew it already. She was out of bounds with the way she called me out on Facebook. She was out of bounds with the way she treated me. She showed herself not to be a true friend when she did that. But I didn't help by pushing and going to that nth degree. And what I should have said too, and I did in an email because I was pissed because I wanted to talk to him in person. I tried to talk to him in person. I tried to talk to him on the phone and he was ignoring me. And at that point I said, you know what? This is a little campfire now. Let's just go with the gasoline, right? And that isn't
and like you said,
I needed. It was something that my ego needed to make me feel good. And sure enough,
and like you said too, if it's your family, like because I mean, even if Nina did something like that, and then someone came to me, I'm gonna stick up for Nina no matter what. you know, if she's right or wrong.
As you should,
But,
as you should.
right.
As any
Exactly.
husband should. Right. By the way, we want to say hi to Ronnie and Big Chat.
Yeah, Ronnie, Big Chat.
Channel Raid. We're watching you guys. But that, you know, and that's why it's easy. It's so, you know, in that moment when you're trying to like, okay, what do I need more? Do I need to convince my friend that well, if I'm right, he's either going to be convinced because he will take the onus upon himself to figure that out, or he's going to be willfully ignorant about it. And that was his choice. And like, that's his choice. And I think that's what we have to deal with sometimes. Like, I get that way where I go, oh my gosh, why can't people see this? Why can't people see this? I got to tell people the news. We got to show them this. 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 We got to tell about this. We got to talk about this. We got to talk about this. Why are these people not seeing that the world's on fire? Ah! And I'm like, because people don't want to see it, or because they don't see it the same way. There's,
or like I always said too, people believe what they want to believe. So the truth, and there could be proof right there in front of it. They don't want to believe it. They're just, you know.
Yeah. So, but that's I think, you know, going in this next hour, Steve, I think another good thing to kind of take this angle on is not from necessarily the perspective of someone, because when we can talk about, oh yeah, you shouldn't get in an argument with somebody, you know, for these reasons. But, you know, I think the other thing too is a good inventory of asking ourselves, are we capable of listening to an argument? Are we capable of hearing a brother out or a sister out? Are we capable of seeing truth? And if we're not, why is that? I think that's a good thing to ask, because I do think, again, there are a lot of people out there who do get a little too sensitive and do think, well, you know what? If you're going to tell me something that I disagree with, then you're oppressing me. And there's people that literally believe that. They literally believe that it's oppression. Now, I do believe that it's easy to hurt someone's feelings and disregard that person as a human being because you're too busy trying to win the argument. But, you know, there has to be a point, and I do think that too, you know, if we can take that ability to say, okay, am I the kind of person that can Steve tell me anything I want to hear? Can, you know, or I don't want to hear? Do I trust Steve to do that? Can I, you know, am I warm and open to that, you know, kind of thing? And if not, why not? And that would say, okay, Steve isn't as close of a friend. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess that's a good thing for us to think about when we're going to have a conversation with somebody, saying, how good of a friend are we to bring something up, if at all? Because, you know, again, if you're going to try to win an argument or try to convince somebody, regardless if they disagree or not agree, you know, it's like, I do think that where people are in their life shows a magnitude of their ability. And I think, for example, the reason why someone like my brother or like your sister had kind of influence in our lives is because there were a lot of things they did right. There are a lot of things they did wrong, probably, but there's a lot of things they did right.
Like anyone.
See that. Yeah. And I think a lot of times we have to be willing to see where someone is right before we see where they're wrong. And I think that's something that's not often done at all. I think a lot of times people just say, hey, you're wrong. And if you're wrong on this, you got to be wrong on everything. And I think that's a very faulty thing to say.
Yeah. And then judgment too, because I know people that are like, they barely know someone, but they're like, that guy doesn't know shit. How do you know? How do you know that guy doesn't know shit? Like what?
Yeah.
I never understood that. Like,
well, and it's because a lot of it is assumption based, right? You go, well, if that person doesn't do that, you know, and I don't think a lot of people want to admit they're far more ignorant than they realize. In at least a couple areas. Like, some people are very well informed in a lot of areas. You know, I am completely ignorant when it comes to plumbing, mechanical. You know, I don't think I could identify the difference. if it was a flathead, I knew it as a flathead. But like Phillips, I used to always go like, you know, what's a wing nut? You know, like what's what's an Allen wrench? Is that like you know, it's like, you know, I was never geared towards that. And, you know, so I mean, that's how I am now. Like whenever I have like my fridge up, you know, or whenever I have like my father-in-law was a master plumber. You know, he did plumbing, and he retired as a plumber and all that. And, you know, so he's always pretty smart about a lot of different things. Because he did I'm sure you did this too, a lot of odd jobs too, you know, construction stuff, and, you know, do what you got to do to make the bills, you know. But, you know,
like you're saying, you know nothing about that. Like,
yeah,
I don't know, like, because the way my brain works, I have to visualize how something works for me to,
right.
like, you could show me how to do something, and I can go through the steps and be like, okay, that's how you do it. But I don't know how to do it until I visualize it and see how everything.
Right.
So then that's why I'm computer illiterate, because I don't know how the shit inside there works. I just know there's wires and this and
there's a button,
so,
and you just turn the on button on, and it
right.
goes on.
So I don't really understand. I mean, I know how it works, but I don't know how. I can't visualize how it works. So it's
Right. And, you know, I think we're in an age now where we look too much of why we should divorce someone out of our life, or look at why we should completely disregard them in other areas because of something fundamentally that we think they're wrong about. And I think, you know, I always say this, you know, if we were living on you know, I always think of that show, The Last Frontier. Remember that one with Jules' family?
Mhm.
And, you know, each part of the family does something different. You know, you've got the guy that goes hunting, you got the guy that raises the cows, you got the lady that does the gardening, right? I mean, but if we were all like on a homestead, you know, and you go, okay, what's your strength? What's your strength? What's your strength? And I think sometimes we can go like, hey, you got to think like I do. You know, like, well, you know, if you and I are somewhere, Steve, and you know, and there's a plumbing issue, we do not want to think like me.
Right.
You know, no. There's a reason, you know. So what's that person's experience? What's that background? All of those different things, and then finding out, hey, okay, so if Steve, you got this strength, and, you know, Drizzle Steak's got this, you know, one, and Nina's got this, and Joker's got this, you know, like if we could kind of say, okay, you know, all these things, because I think sometimes, you know, we'll hear people say things, and, you know, like I go into streams and I don't agree with all the things being said, but I'm listening to what they say.
Right. Yeah.
And I, you know, either they'll say something you've never heard before, or you'll hear something that you have heard before, and it will only be further proof or evidence or whatever that maybe you're right about something. So then, therefore, there's not a threat. And I think that's the problem that we have, is that people feel threatened by information.
That's good point.
Especially people in the corporations and government.
Mhm.
People who've got something to lose are probably most likely going to be scared of information. But if nothing else, it's also in itself a conversation and something to think about and learn and do, and finding those strengths and harnessing those things. But we don't often think about what our neighbor does right. We always think first of what they do wrong.
I was gonna say, yeah, when anybody really, they could do 1,000 things right, but when they do one thing wrong, that sticks out. And it's like, well, what about the literally 1,000 other things they did right? And now it's this one thing, and it changes everything. But
Right. And I do think that I think part of that is too, you can be threatened. I can remember, and I think this is sometimes a kind of like a juvenile thing. I think this is kind of actually probably evidence that maybe somebody needs a little more maturing. But I can remember when I was in high school, and I was threatened by hearing somebody play, you know, Hanson Bop, you know, I still don't like that song. Although others occasionally, sometimes like, oh, I'm like, wait a minute, I know I hate that song. What am I doing now? But I'll be like, no, you got to hear this song right here. This is what you call music. You know, like
exactly.
and you gotta like,
this
go,
is music. That's
this
not
is
music.
music. This is music, and it's like, it's all music.
Right.
So, and instead of diminishing what somebody else sees in other music, you could advocate why you think this is good music.
Yep.
That's the thought.
Exactly.
That's what we got to do as a society. We got to re-engineer our brains to thinking, let me affirm what's positive, not negate what's negative, and I think that's something we have to learn, because it's like, okay, all right, let me tell you why I think, this artist is great. I can tell you why I think, this guy is a great songwriter. I can tell you why I think this music is really good for me, or why I like this, and most likely when you kind of say it in those terms, you might find someone say, oh yeah, I really like that song that they did. Or they'll say, well, I can see why maybe you like that. Or maybe they'll say something like, I've never heard of that before. I guarantee you, if you're like, hey, by the way, Black Sabbath is the only music I ever like, that's the only music. If you don't listen to Black Sabbath, you don't listen to music. You'd be like, if they didn't know who Black Sabbath was, they'd be like, well, I don't know who they are now, and I'm definitely not going to listen to them because that jackass over there.
Right. Yeah. They weirdos freaking make it such a big deal.
You're like, in fact, I'm going to be emphatic about not listening to them because of what that person, And it's kind of like how I am with some of the football teams. You're like, well, I'm definitely not going to cheer for that team because of that guy.
Yeah, if that guy's cheering for him, I don't want to cheer for the same team.
Right.
But real quick, as if brother, thank you. He just gifted 5 memberships. So let me give a shout out to my
Nice
brother. Another person, I know his name, and I always have to remind myself, it's as if it's your business. That's his damn name. As if it was your business anyway. But here you go. As if this is for you, brother. And mahalo. But yeah, I like that's funny though. That's so true though.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably do like, dude, that dude's rooting for them. I definitely want the other team.
Yeah. And it was the same. It was like the same way too, like with movies, I mean, I was emphatic about like, this is a great movie, and if you don't like it, then you don't like, and it's kind of funny because I can remember, a friend of mine, before I started dating my wife, I can remember I had this like very impossible like position. I'm like, okay. I was like, told my friend, I said, Jay, if I can't find a woman that loves Godfather, no deal. And my friend would go, well,
break it point.
My friend goes, well, why? And I said, oh, because it means so much to me. And he'd say, well, if it means so much to you, then why does she have to like it? Oh, well, don't use logic right now.
Right.
Right? But that's kind of the point I'm making, right? That's kind of what we're talking about, right? If it's important to you, then why does someone else have to, now if you believe they should believe something, that's fundamental. That's one thing. Or you see them doing something you think is a danger to them, then that's a different category, right? Like if I didn't want you to be, going and spending half your paycheck at a casino every week, then that would be a legitimate concern. But like, if it comes to liking, and sometimes we kind of are superfluous about like the things that we consider valid or right things to argue about. But I remember too that I just go, okay, well, yeah, but she's really gotta like it because she'll not understand me. So that was my reason. She won't understand me. And he said, okay, well, what is there to understand about you specifically that you can only get from The Godfather? And I'd go like, well, family matters. Family's important. And my friend too, Steve, said, if your wife's idea of family comes from The Godfather, you're probably marrying the wrong woman.
Well, I was just about to say, if that's one of
that's not to say that women
favorite...
can't like The Godfather. That's not what I'm saying. This point, what he was trying to say is, because The Godfather has a masculine nature to it, it's about a father, a godfather. It has a masculine aspect to it,
But I was gonna say, if that's one of your favorite movies, then our friendship might end because I've never seen any of them.
But see, that was the old me, Steve. My wife, I've already broke this dam with my wife. Like, what the hell? You haven't seen that movie? Are you
But
kidding me?
What? Now I want to go watch them all. Like, just over,
right? Because I didn't come in here and say, Steve, if you don't watch Godfather, you're a son of a bitch.
You've never seen what? Right.
But
Which I actually have to admit, I used to do that. You've never seen that? Everybody's seen that.
What's funny, Steve, is I did date this girl for a couple of times, and I knew her from high school, and she loved The Godfather. It's one of her all-time favorite movies, just like mine. But we just didn't mesh on everything else.
Right.
So it wasn't that we had to be 100% Serpico on that. Like, it was like, it was like I had to realize that, and so I'll go, okay, well, fine, and it's one of those things where too, it's okay for you to like things that people that you love or close to you, like especially in your spouse, that they don't like, or they like something different, right? And that actually allows you to be closer because you can share things, and maybe you start off, like, for example, unless it was like a documentary about how they made a movie, I didn't like documentaries, right? And so my wife, being the sociologist that she is and loving to study people, loves documentaries, right? And so, I used to watch movies all the time. I'd watch like freaking 2 movies a day. And now I haven't, we watched a movie last night that my wife had never seen, Better Off Dead. Have you ever seen that one, Steve?
Better Off. Oh, is that the I want my $2?
He gets on the ski slope and he's chasing him.
Forget the name. If you wouldn't have said the name of the movie, I always forget the name of it. I'm surprised I knew what it was right away. Yeah, I love that movie. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
With the ladies and gentlemen.
He's doing the Howard Cosell.
Yeah.
There are 2 brothers, one who doesn't speak any English, and the other one who learned every English from watching the wide world of sports. So, Lane, tell us how you did it. It was a language. Better.
Dude, we got to do a movie.
Yeah.
We got to do a movie stream, man, because all those movies, man, are... Yeah.
So, my wife, loved it and watched it, and she just was like, oh, well, like... So, there are things that you can take, right? I can remember this girl I dated, like back in 2006, and she's like, I can't marry anybody who watches horror movies. I'm like, really? Okay. Like, I liked horror movies. So she's like, you gotta watch it. And then here she is married to a pastor, no doubt. And they're going to Scream. I'm like, why are you kidding? Like, what happened to that most impossible standard that you said you could never marry someone?
It is. It's one of those, you can't make this shit up, man.
Right. But
yeah, it's weird though, because that's one of the millions of things I love about Nina, is because before we met, I used to be, well, it's so weird. Like she totally like, I'm not saying like, you know how like you see some couples and you could tell like that girl changed him, but not because that's who he wanted to be, but because I
Right.
gotta do anything, not like that.
Right.
But she
Right.
like helped me like have the
Well,
real me come out that I was
there's
like
organic
hiding.
aspects, right? There's organic, and that's how it should be with a relationship. Is that a part of you and part of her come in, that like it's kind of that kind of thing where there's a mutual thing, and then you start to adapt things, and then it gets to a point where you go, hey, well, I used to like to do that, but I don't want to do it as much because she's around, she doesn't like it, and I'm like her more than I like having to do that.
Right, right.
Right. But
Yeah.
then there's
Well,
other
that
things.
and like I said, I used to be really jealous. So I, it, I don't know how because the first, how they say the first year is to make it or break it at the 1 year point or whatever. And
Right. Yep.
I'm, I love her even more for sticking around and making it because I wouldn't have put up. I mean, when I say I was really jealous, I was really jealous. Like, no matter what. I mean, what the fuck were you doing? What you said you were gonna do? I thought you were gonna. You said this yesterday, and now you're saying, and it's like I look back and I'm embarrassed of myself, which I should be. But but yeah, if she and then right after that, make it or break it is when I just started coming to and like that's your old life, dude. That was then. That's not who you are. You don't have to hide who you are and like your real self anymore. And then I started like I came out. I came out
Right. Well, and
closet.
again, it's there's something about what, like the love, like the love that a woman has for you, that when she believes in you and what that means to you, like it's like in the movie The Better Off Dead, right? So he's
Hmm.
chasing this girl who does not give him the time of day. He praises her and worships her. All his bedroom's all full of the pictures, right? And he's never doing stuff, right? She doesn't believe in him, so he's not animated to change who he is. He's just kind of in his little weird spot. But as soon as he meets the foreign exchange student across the street, right? She she believes in him, so she helps him get the car fixed. He wins the
Right.
race. She helps him learn how to ski, and it's that kind of point, which is because she believes in him, and that changes him. That changes him, and that's why that's such an important thing of having that ability to have someone believe in you when you love them and when they love you, and it's still hard. It's hard for me to even get to that point where there's still that part where I have to wrestle with that like on a constant basis. But that's because of my background and my issues and the things that I still have to, and unfortunately I love to say, hey, I'd love to be able to completely shred all of this insecurity, but I
Right.
but I but I can't. So you just got to like learn to live with it the best you can, and not focus it. And sometimes, say, hey, you're going in the closet, just leave me alone. I want a couple of days where
Yep.
I can be happy and I don't have this self-lingering doubt of going, oh well, just she really love you.
Right. Well,
But
and that's the thing too. Is
yeah.
still like you can learn everything we're supposed to learn or whatever, but you're never gonna know. You're still got to grow every day. You still got to become better every day. You're still gonna make mistakes every day. You're still gonna regret things, do things, and be like, shit, I wasn't thinking. I went off my emotions instead of
Right, and I think that's the thing where when it comes to when you're talking about arguments, I think that's another reason why people get into arguments a lot, and why a lot of times they're going to you know lose the friend when they get in that argument, because they have that emotional insecurity, and sometimes we're so busy trying to make ourselves feel better that we do it at a cost. So you go like you get in an argument, for example, with your spouse or something, and you just go, like, why do you love me? Like,
right.
like you really don't love me, do you? And then it pisses them off because you're making and you're hurting their feelings because rightly, understandably so. But you have that need to feel like you have to be able to say that, and sometimes we get to those points, positions where we go, okay, I have to say this no matter what. That's going to make me feel better. And I go, wait a minute. If saying something that I know is going to hurt another person is going to make me feel better, then I need something else that will make me feel better.
Right.
Something else,
Then
something's wrong if I need to feel.
I have to
I have
work
some
on
kind of
something with
emotional
me.
catharsis, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I've caught myself like similar ways like that, where it's like, wait a minute, I need to work on something with myself. It's not, I'm pointing the finger, because
Right.
if I'm doing
And
that, that's me problem, not, you know.
right. And I think that's something that's common with men, that is a struggle for men, because so much of men is we're oriented by our accomplishments. We're oriented by, protecting and providing. And that's essential to like being a husband. So like when there's something that you're also not feeling, you're feeling kind of a little insecure about, it's very easy to like skirt into something else and go, well, let me tell you, I am the worst SOB in the world. I used to say it with my wife. I used to be like, you really don't want me. You really don't want me. You don't, you want somebody else. And she said, if that was the case, I would have chosen someone else. I'm like, oh, okay. But you don't really, and it's, again, because and I think that's part of also being a man too. And one of the things I've had to explain to my wife is that sometimes a way for us to relieve that stress is to just get into that self-deprecating sense of humor. You're like, I'm the biggest SOB in the world right now. Like, why do you have to say that? Because I feel that, and I'm just saying it. And if I'm joking about it, like, that's what men do when they feel something and they want to get some stress out. They just joke about it. But we have to kind of realize too, like, when you're joking about something a lot and you're doing it in front of the person that cares about you, that's going to probably hurt their feelings. It's probably going to make them feel like, what you don't think that I love you? Like, that insults them. So
Yeah, and I've started doing, well, I guess I started doing this before I met Nina, but to me, it's like, I just always think, but I always look down at myself for doing it though, because it's like, am I just avoiding confrontation, or am I just logically thinking through it? Like, is it worth it to get upset, or, just, I guess I'm the guy too that sometimes I just agree sometimes, because, and then the other thing is, well, I used to have a really bad temper. I still do, but like 10% of what I used to. So when I do lose my temper, I don't even want to be around me. You know what I mean? So it's like, is it worth it? Are you gonna snap? And if you snap, then you're gonna really regret everything tomorrow. So it's like, but then I look down at myself for like, you're spineless, dude. You're just agreeing with them, so you don't have to argue with them. But at the same time, I'm doing it because I don't want to snap and lose my shit or be an asshole. And I got to live with myself 24 hours a day too, man. It ain't easy.
right. Okay. Well, and I think that's one of the reasons why we can go into some of these psychological factors too, and I think they relate to other things within people's relationships about why people get into fights and why people sometimes feel the need to argue. One of them is, we've kind of covered this a little bit, is that you're not being authentic. I do think that sometimes people use arguments as a way to kind of, it's like a form of bullying, right? Where and I used to have this thing where I kind of had to be the person that was always right in the room. I had to be the smartest one because I had my insecurities because of all my other issues. So being the know-it-all, the nosy know-it-all, and so I had to be like, oh yeah, and you're wrong about this, and you're wrong about that, and
You're wrong.
you're wrong. And so I think that kind of is one of those things where sometimes you get in arguments with someone, and it's because sometimes you feel like you need, that's where that projection comes into play, right? And sometimes and actually that's a quote that actually that that Dale Carnegie also says, he says, arguments sometimes can be homing pigeons and they come right back to you. So that's kind of like, sometimes you go like, you know, where you're a real dick, you know, like that's probably you projecting the fact that you are, you know. But I do think that there's not an authentic self to you. There's maybe you feel like you have to get an argument because, and we see it on the internet all the time, right? People who get into trolling, right? It's just
Yep.
they're not being authentic. You know, obviously there's some people that joke and they'll love to have a good time, like Joker or Ed, right? I mean, those guys love to, or
Yeah,
they'll,
they're the life of the
like, but some people like they get to a point where they're not being authentic about it. They're just and then they're just bullying, and it's kind of, and I felt like,
right.
we kind of said something like this too. Kind of made me think of this too. I could remember these guys I used to work with, and they were in relationships with women who were too domineering, right? And they were the women that are like, well, you're not going to get the sex until you please me. You're not getting sex until you're, And like
Yes,
I could
dear.
remember these
Yes,
guys,
dear.
and they would come
Okay.
off as they'd come off as these macho men, right? And they're
Oh
always
yeah.
teasing me, right? They thought I was low hanging fruit, so they'd always tease me about something. Partly because they had clout and authority, and they've been there for a long time, right? Second is because they're miserable in their relationships and their marriages, right? And
Oh
I can
yeah.
remember I told these guys, and they really got pissed off. I said, "You should, if you're in a marriage, you should be never telling that person no." And they're like, "What? What do you know about marriages? Or I was married before you could ever get, They get into all those kind of things, and I go, "No, I'm not. I'm saying that because if you tell someone no, you're not trying to figure out why they want something. You're instantly going no. Then you're also like you're being like a parent. Like a parent has every right." And they should exercise telling their children no. But if you're
Exactly.
you're in a marriage, that's a co-equal relationship. It's your partners, right?
Yeah.
So if you're telling your partner no, like you
I
wouldn't go
can't
tell your bit,
imagine being in. I can't
yeah,
imagine being in a relationship like that. Wow.
right.
But
So
yeah,
but these guys got offended by it, and it's because it hit that nerve, Steve. It hit that nerve because they're like, uh,
yeah. They're like, how am I gonna play this off?
yeah, I'm gonna go play this. Um,
It's
but it's because they were getting told no by their wives. That's why they were so offended by it. Could you imagine like being in a situation where you get so offended? I'm sorry, my camera keeps getting the light reflected on there. That's probably what he's talking about, maybe. But could you imagine being so
oh, is that what that is?
yeah, it's my camera, and I got a new camera. My friend got me a new camera for my birthday, so this is my last time using this one. So it does this auto zoom thing, and then it does this auto light thing, and I tried to get the things turned off of it, but it doesn't. So now it does it automatically. That's why it does all the shadowing and all the zoom, and it's really annoying.
I didn't even notice it.
Well, I noticed it. I was wondering if that was what as if your business was talking about, but
Nuclear powered floodlight waiting this. Oh,
but
thanks. As if I didn't even notice it. As if now I'm gonna notice it.
yeah, but like I think the other thing too is like, so these were guys who were being told no, so they got offended. They're gonna get offended by it, right? So, and that's because they were in an unhealthy relationship, right? In an unhealthy marriage because the woman was taking on too much authority and she shouldn't have. So, and
that's why they gotta
saying that. But I'm sorry, that's just the way.
That's why they gotta put on the tough man act.
Yeah, that's why they have to be the tough man, because it's kind of like and it's because they act like children and their wives are their mothers to them.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
So instead of being two adults, they're it's like, oh, you can only have sex if you eat all your vegetables.
Right.
It's like, let's see if this helps us. Hold on.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Just nope. You didn't take the garbage out. Come on, baby. Just no. I said no.
Yeah.
Do you want to sleep on the couch? Like
I did have
that. I just don't. That's not a relationship to me. That's like
I had that with my wife one time. I come in, and it's kind of a learning curve, right? Where you go and you go, "Hi, honey, I love you," and she'd be like, "Not enough to take out the garbage." I said, I'm still taking it out. She's like, "I asked you like 4 hours ago." And I'm like, "Oh crap, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry." But instead, I had to kind of realize that it hurt her feelings because I said it wasn't because she asked me; it's because I said I would. And if there's a time in that,
Yeah,
right?
it's a difference.
So
Where,
if
yeah,
someone says, I'll do something and it's not within a time frame, and I get it,
then
I still struggle with that. Where my wife's like, what time are you coming to bed? Like, in 20 minutes, you know, and then like, oh, it's 2 hours later. I'm like, oh crap, I'm sorry. And part of that's just it's an honest thing, you know. I can do that. I
right. Well,
can,
because with some like that kind of situation, it's more of like, you know, it's more of a hurt feelings thing because it's like I asked you, you said you would, and then what? You just forgot about me? What am I, chopped liver? You know, I mean,
right?
they're not saying
Yeah,
that to you,
yeah,
but you know,
yeah,
thoughts go through your head, and then it's feelings,
right,
and yeah, when you're in a relationship, it's a equal, you know, you're one.
right. Well, and I so that's one thing is I think that there is an authentic or there is like we just talked about there's somebody that's coming from a position of where they are being bullied or they feel insecure about themselves. Another one would be, and you may not think about this, but people not being kind enough to themselves. And if you're not kind enough to yourself, it's going to be very hard for you to be kind to somebody else.
Yeah,
And if you're
that's
kind of
very
living
true.
by an impossible standard, if saying kind of like, well, I have to convince everyone, like if I don't convince this person of this, it's like, well, who are you to have to do that? Like, and I think that's what's hard when you call also when you deal with people too. It's a personality thing of being like, so I believe I'm on the right. So how do I make other people think that I'm right? Well, first of all, if it's right because you're right, then it's subjective. It's about you, right? But if you think something is right because it's objectively true or it's evidentially based, right? Then you being convincing will not be enough. Like you should just stick to the facts. Oh, there's a new person here.
Real quick, Baby Love, I met her last week on Broke Fishing's channel. If one of my mods could drop her link, or I just modded you up, Baby Love. So if you want to drop your link, go check her out. She's just starting her channel and show some support. So okay, go on.
Right. Yeah. So I do think that some sometimes people can get into those positions of thinking those things, and then again they're kind of insecure about how they feel about being right. And sometimes people think that like, oh well, you know, I have to be right, or if I can't convince, you know, and again, that's a personality quirk that I think people probably need to identify that would make it easier for them to understand, you know.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why that remind because it's well maybe it's not really a relationship like we were talking about, but someone I'm just gonna say someone I used to know and knew each other for a long time, but he was like would always have goal. Well, he was motivated, right? Which is good. I mean, I always try to stay motivated and achieve goals, but when he had achieved the goal, it wasn't achieved to him. Then it was what's the next step? What's the next step? What's the next goal? And I'm like, dude, you need to take a break and like celebrate and be happy about what you achieved. But it was never nothing was ever achieved to him. It was just not good enough, you know. Like that's not what I thought it'd be. Okay, gotta go higher, gotta go higher, gotta. And then it's just miserable. And then as the years went on, the more miserable this person got because to him it's never good enough, you know. I never understood shit like that because it's
Right. And that's understandable.
Joe, somebody that I used to know. I remember that song. I'm not gonna say any names, Joe. If he's listening, which I doubt he is, but he knows I'm talking about him. But to me, I kind of like I don't know. It's different with like going that way or having low self esteem and then trolling to make you feel better about yourself. And then with that, it's I want to feel better about myself, but it's never gonna happen because no matter even if you reach like become president of the United States, and then you do, it's still not going to be good enough. Or troll people to feel better about yourself. You could say the meanest shit in the world, but you're still not going to feel good about yourself.
Right. Well, and
Blaine, right on, Blaine. Much love, brother.
And I think too, the other thing too is, what is your mission when you're going into something and you say, okay, this is an important thing for me. Why do I want to convince people of this? What will be convincing of this? There are people out there who will not always be convinced. So then you have to ask, what's also the consequence of that as well? And I think that's one of the things you go is, okay, all right, there are people that I could just go and just truth bomb and just be like, drop the mic and go like, full on, napalm on them and go, yeah, and then just kind of completely shatter them and go like, and I have a family member, I won't say who, but who's that way, and they have a very fragile sense of self, and they have a very fragile, and they're kind of always trying to, they always like to share like articles that they read on the internet, and they're always trying to like share, and I think they're always busying themselves with the idea of being a well-informed, educated person because they read something on Quora, which to me is like, okay, you might as well say, like, yeah, where'd you get your PhD from? Oh, Wikipedia. It's like,
right.
No, that's your only place to search for stuff. You should stop. But I think, you have to be careful because there's a pushing line. There's a fragile thing, and you go, okay, if I do this, what's the end result? What's the gain of causing this argument or having this argument or being it? And at some point, some stuff, people don't want to admit this, but it really is insequential. And it is, and maybe I'm saying that wrong. I don't, some of those words I don't always say right. But that's another thing you got to do too when you're talking to someone is also admit you may not know everything. And I think if you're able to admit mistakes and say, hey, I know I'm not perfect, that will go a long way in convincing someone that you're not just coming to them with an ego problem or that you're just trying to be, but I think that's a hard thing to do because, again, going back to what we were saying, which is we have this notion that if you ever made a mistake or if you've ever been wrong, you can't ever be right. And I think we need to get that out of, because I don't think most people get right without being wrong originally. It usually takes you on that journey of saying, trial and error. That is really what, like think about like what true science is, not what the scientism says, but real science says. It is trial and error, right? Yeah. It's like, okay, how does this happen? Like, throw that in.
I was raised to a few things. Be a man, always do what you say you're going to do, and be a man of your word. And then if you're wrong, you're wrong. Admit it. And I had a hard time with that admitting it, you're wrong part, until about 15, 20 years ago. I started like really working on it, and now it's just like natural. It's like, dude, I was wrong. Like, I'm not ashamed of it. I was wrong. I learned from it. But yeah, the only way in my mind, my opinion, is to grow as a better person is to realize when you're wrong. And then when you realize you're wrong and why you were wrong and how you were wrong, then you grow from that. Because does that make sense? Like, that's always been my problem. My words suck. It's all right here. And then when I go to talk, it's like, blah, 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 blah. Did you get that? Which is another reason I'm not good at arguing.
Right. Well, and I think sometimes too,
yeah, Baby Love said it.
Yeah. But there's I think that's the other thing with arguments is sometimes you get out of the ability to actually have a real meaningful conversation because sometimes it all becomes about form, right? And this is one of the things that just really ticks me off on social media. So, and I can't lie. Have I been guilty of it? Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit. There's a reason why it's low-hanging fruit. There's a reason why you are tempted to do this. But you go and someone says, and I only think there's only one caveat, and the only caveat I'll put to this is that if somebody is out there calling out somebody else for their grammar, and they have poor grammar themselves, or they have a misspelt word or something, then yeah, I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah.
Nail them to the carpet for that, because the last thing you should be doing on social media is criticizing someone for their grammar when yours is. But what I do not like is the people go, well, why should I listen to you if you don't even know how to spell the there in the right way? And someone like me, I have a learning disability, and one of the things that I do is my brain confuses the words and the spelling of those words all the time. So, for example, it's very easy, I think, for a lot of people too to do this, but it's not that I don't know it. It's because my brain does a shorthand thing. So, like, for example, there on my one podcast that I do on Fridays with my female co-host, my friend Suzanne. When I'm being conscious, I can say her name, but sometimes I don't say Suzanne. I'll say Susan, and it's not because I don't know what her name is. It's because my brain shortens that out, right? And I'm trying to like process that information. So when people go, well, you're saying there and you're not saying they are, where they do the there versus the different kinds of
there and there,
or then versus then, or and they get on that and they're like, your whole argument, I'm not going to listen to you. It's like, okay, someone can be right and be wrong about how they're going about telling you that, just like someone can be wrong and be right about how they're going about it. And I think sometimes those games we play of saying, okay, well, if you are saying it this way, it's automatically a disprovable point. And I think if we're doing those kinds of things, exactly, Joe Kerr said, being wrong doesn't make you an idiot. Just like being an idiot doesn't mean that, or just because you're right doesn't mean you're not an idiot either.
Right. Yeah,
a broken clock is right twice a day, like
dude, there's probably once, like 12 times last year, at least 12 times that and what I always say is, oh shit, I stand corrected. Because if I'm wrong, that's the first thing that comes out of my mouth is I stand corrected. I really thought different. I really thought it was this way, but now that I, see, like, thank you for, helping me realize that. But if I'm right, I ain't the kind of person to say I told you so, but I told you so.
Right.
So at the same time, it's like, I shouldn't be that way either,
Right. Well, and so if we get to a point where the form of how we present arguments can be so much to the point where we disregard that, that's a problem. It's like, for example, like, okay, do I like mean tweets? Who likes mean tweets? Right? But if your whole reasoning for not liking a presidential candidate is because of his mean tweets, and that's the reason to divorce everything that person says, because they don't have a good candor about it, because they come off roughshod over it, because of that, to me is like, like, what? Like, and that's kind of what we do, is we're always looking for something to discount someone's position first, but it's cheap, right? And that's why people think into these fallacies. And I think sometimes people think they think something's a fallacy when really all it is poor format, or it's poor form, right? It's poor kind of like, so there are legitimate fallacies, but there are some that people go, well, and you get into this point where you'll hit these things, and when you, and this seems to happen a lot too, when it's in deeply held values systems or structures or beliefs that are debated, because those things then, again, instead of looking at the content of something, right, and it becomes like a completely different thing. Like, for example, I'll just use this example. If someone wants to come to me and say, well, let me tell you why I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God because he's a horrible bastard for people dying.
Right.
Like, well, then don't you understand, if he's letting people die and that's your reasoning for why he doesn't exist, you do realize
and you believe in exists. That means you believe in him. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what, if you're affirming a moral value to something, then it exists.
Right.
And I'm just,
Instead of saying I don't believe in God because
I don't have the evidence for
there's
it,
no
or I don't.
proof. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no evidence. There's this,
Yep.
but yeah,
Yeah.
why does he let all these bad things happen? And it's like, well, who's said that
and
it
I'm
was him
and I'm
letting
like,
the bad
and
things happen? That means that there's a devil too, right?
right. I'm just like, well, okay. That's going to be your argument. But sometimes I think people do that. They're looking for that kind of cheap shot, kind of getcha, like, well, if you really thought this, then why, and it's the same thing with the double outrage and the selective outrage. It's kind of like, and especially in the politics, both sides do it. And that's what makes it so insufferable for me to get into politics, because it's kind of like, I'm like, wait a minute, like, why? Okay, why? Like, you say this, you affirm this, and then you do this, and it's not now you're the opposite of where you were. It's kind of like, like I got someone upset the other day because I was because they're talking about the Trump being possibly arrested, and I go, and I wasn't trying to make an argument, Steve. I was just trying to make a joke. I was being a little flippant. It was like, I was like, yeah, I guess the Democrats care about sex now, right? And and they just got, and that's when you got to realize too, like, and sometimes you got to be willing to push back on that. Like, there is a reason. That's why it's good to have people that test you, that do kind of let you be on your toes. But there is a difference between someone that's like being on your toes and then someone that goes like 0 to 60 in dick mode, like right away, like, and I think, like, when I think about it like that, you remember Team America?
Oh, the movie. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a great
We're
movie.
talking about the difference about, and it's absolutely right. Like, someone you can tolerate a dick. You cannot tolerate an asshole. I mean, and so yeah, I mean,
forgot
it's just
about that movie.
that dude, that whole analysis and is so like spot on for like people. That's they're clever. Those guys are clever. I'll give them that. But yeah, I do think that those are some things that are valued in saying, okay, well, if we're going to argue about these things, and let's see how we can actually get to this point where we can acknowledge those things. But I think the other thing too is, like you said, you're being a little uncomfortable with stuff, and I do think that it's okay if you're not comfortable, or if you think that you might get upset or easily triggered, then maybe you probably shouldn't respond. Like, I think
my
about
thing too is like getting upset or trigger whatever. It's never because of anything that person is going to say that's gonna, because for the most part, to me, it's like I don't give a fuck what, like,
yeah,
unless it's someone I care about. Now, if it's someone I care about, what's gonna upset me is that how do you not see or understand what I'm trying to? It's like so freaking clear. Like, you don't see what I'm saying, and then it just makes me so mad that they don't understand what I'm saying, or they're just like, no, okay, I'm on the same page. Like, no, you're not. I can tell you're not.
Right. And I think the other thing too is when you're kind of in those moments where it seems like you're in an impasse. Like I always say this, the arguments or the fights or whatever that seem to hurt the most are the ones that are from the closest people.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have an expectation that the closest people to us should know us better and understand our communication issues and understand why that's an issue. Understand why that's do the part. Don't call me taking offense to my first name, Johnson. Joe. But I think it comes down to, because there's an expectation too of, and I think the other thing too is so we have to be cognitive of of that as a person that wants to bring something up to somebody, but I also think we should be cognizant of that as somebody that's also being receptible to someone coming to us and telling us something. And like it's kind of like I know for my wife, like, whenever I say something and it makes her feel like she's going to be on the defensive, like that's going to be her thing that triggers her, because she doesn't want to feel like she's on the defensive. She doesn't want to feel like she's being attacked. And again, you go like, okay, well, I'm not attacking you. But to me, what I consider attacking and what she considers to be attacking are two different things. And so then you got to go, okay, all right. So at what point do I say, okay, how much do I need to convince you of this? Or how much do I have to let this go? And you gotta like just have those moments. And I think you know that too, is like, there's just some stuff you let go. There's some stuff you just have to let go. There's just some things. It's okay that you are that somebody on your Facebook is wrong about politics. It's okay that they're wrong about something that you think is right, that you know is right. And it's okay for you to be wrong and them to be right, and if you can't stand to hear someone tell you something else, or if you feel like you have to go and constantly tell that person why they're, that's when it becomes difficult, because I see this a lot too, where, in my church, I see people that are supposed to be brothers and sisters in Christ, and they become so much about themselves that it's like, don't you understand? I'm right about this because I have this and I do this and I've done this. And it's like, wait a minute. First of all, something should be right because it's right fundamentally, universally, objectively, it should be right. But also
morally, yeah.
Oh, morally, yeah. But I mean, right meaning like that's the right thing to do because there's a standard to measure that, right? You can say, okay, all right, it's right to use a firearm in your home to defend you and your family and your property. Fundamentally.
Right.
Because
right.
anybody that comes into your property, comes into your home and has the intent and have not invited and have the intent to do harm or to take your property, they have forfeit their right to their safety and their life. Sorry.
Yep.
So that's one of those few examples where that kind of that kind of aggression is warranted, or that kind of violent response is warranted. And it really isn't violence. I think a lot of people don't even know what real violence means, but because violence is something you perpetrate on somebody else, not something you do in defense of yourself. So, but the thing is like, but if something isn't fundamentally right because, or if you feel it's right, and even if you think it's right and someone else doesn't, at what point does that person have to be on board with you to the point where they're agreeing with you and it becomes about being right and not about doing the right thing? And I think those sometimes get conflated, Steve. I think sometimes people get conflated with the idea of being right and doing the right thing. And sometimes the best thing is, but it's kind of funny because these people get into these arguments and I'm like, you're supposed to be a family. Like that's and I understand family's close and the people closest to you are always going to be the ones that are going to be more amped for those kinds of arguments and those kinds of fights. But it's like, the point is there's some people out there who go, well, we got to have this fight. We got to have a drag down fight on this. It's like, why? And even if you think that is something that's fundamentally has to be done, are you really truly believing that the cost of that is worth it? And I think if people ask themselves what is the cost of something, and to consider also what that might mean to somebody else. And I think that's the other thing too, is that people don't consider what other people go through. And that is something that we need to do is to understand, okay, well, not only why someone might have a difference of an opinion, but why would that opinion make them feel the way they do? Why would that merit the response that they would have? Why would that cause such a a response. And if you're going to be insensitive to that, then maybe you aren't as close to that person as you say you are. Maybe your unity isn't in the fundamental love that you supposedly espouse.
Mm-hmm.
Because to love is to forgive, and not just to forgive, like in the sense of like, I hate that song, kind of like there's that country song. I'm trying to remember who sings it again. Like, Jesus will forgive, but a daddy don't forget. It's like, okay, well, forgiveness is forgetting to a point. Now, there doesn't mean that there isn't like real world consequences to what happens. Like if I came to your house and you invited me to your house, right? And I just came in and I just like completely trashed it. Okay. Like, okay, well, I like John, but I don't know if I'm going to have him come over to my house. Right.
Right.
There's an expectation there of, I could forgive him for messing up my house. Like, okay, fine. He messed up the house, right?
I can forgive him for putting his muddy boots all over my white couch.
But you're like, okay, maybe either he's not going to come over, or maybe if he comes over, we're going to remind him to, pick up after himself. And that's a fair thing to ask if you feel like somebody struggles with that. It's like, hey, well, remember to pick after yourself. I'm not your parent. I'm not your parent. So there's a difference with that, with somebody else who comes in your house, sleeps with your wife.
Yeah.
You can forgive that person. You can forgive that person for saying, okay, well, they did wrong. You should forgive them. Yes, you should. You should but are you gonna let that person in your house? Hell no.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Are you gonna let that person come on your wife's streams? No.
Right.
But that's a legitimate, realistic boundary issue, isn't it? I mean, it's and people don't realize it. They don't. It's like these people go, "Hey, my high school boyfriend's coming into town. I'm going to go have lunch with him." And like, why?
Yeah. Why?
Why?
Exactly.
You're married. Why? Okay, but even if you want to do that, and even if you see no problem with that, consider what your spouse might think of that, or your current boyfriend, or whatever, or whoever you're in a relationship with.
Yeah.
Like,
that was then, and this is like I'm sure you're got to be caught up on social media somehow. You know where they're at. There's nothing to catch up on.
Right. Or it's like, or if okay, so maybe you feel like there's a friendship, and I'll be honest, maybe there's a possibility you could be friends. I think it's very highly unlikely you could truly be friends with your ex. I mean, it's hard.
Yeah, very, very,
and it's
very,
it's a boundary issue. It's a
chance.
bound, and even if you ended things amicably, like it's still a boundary issue. It's like,
Absolutely.
I can remember my wife. She goes, "Are you still Facebook friends with your ex-girlfriend or the other girl?" Like, yeah, and we just she usually she messages me about letting me know when she's going to come in to pay rent. This is back when I was working at the family storage business, and she's like, "Well, I don't feel comfortable with that." I'm like, okay, done. Not only did I unfriend her, but I blocked her. It's a boundary issue, right?
Right. Absolutely.
So I think you have to realize that too when you get in certain arguments. Like, there might be a boundary issue to who you can talk to about those kinds of things, the kind of things that you feel comfortable, that person feels comfortable, and you have to be able to earn those things. And so yes, there is forgiveness, and yes, forgiveness means forgetting. It does mean that you don't constantly think about all the things that they did. You don't go back to it when you have an argument. You don't go back, you just, you go, okay, because you have to let it go. Not only because it's the right thing to do, not only is it the best for possibly kind of recuperating any kind of relationship you're going to have, but it's also best for you. So you're not hanging on to that anger.
I was going to say, if you don't let it go, it's going to build up and build up and build. And, just like that Bill Burr skit we were talking about. It's going to end there. You got a little dick. It's like, what does that have to do with, like,
yeah.
like, But yeah, or they'll bring up the one thing that happened 3 years ago, or you'll bring up the one thing that happened because you never really let it go, and
Right.
it just builds and builds in the back of your
Yeah.
head. You don't even know it's building.
Yeah.
Stein Spring, aloha.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just builds and builds and builds, and then
you get
toxic.
to that point where, okay, now we're getting to a point where now you've crossed that boundary. And again, I think there's some questions I have to ask, but I think it's hard now for a lot of people to ask those questions because as soon as something hits, our antennas go up and we get in tunnel vision, and it's like this. And a lot of times we don't realize it, but we go, I've got to let go of this. I've got to, it's like, and you know, when you do it, it's like the zinger thing. I've ever seen the movie, You Got Mail with Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
And she doesn't know, she can never come up with a comeback, right? And of course, she wants to give a comeback to him, and he's like, and he tells her in the Discord, in their because they don't know that they're emailing each other, and they go, hey, be careful, because once you learn how to do that, you're gonna feel sucky for it, and that does happen. Like, you get to a point where at what point do you need to feel like you've told someone off, right? I mean, and it's hard. It's hard because, again, what's the cost? I mean, there are legitimate costs to, and it's even and we're not even just talking about, like, if you were like talking about something where, like, maybe you said something that hurt your friend, like you did something like that, you said, like like maybe like you made fun of them or something like that. But also, just like, at what point do you say, okay, I'm ready to just, drop the hammer, just, be able to drop the mic, just go completely, nuclear on them and go, yeah, that made me feel good. Like, that's not going to last as long,
Right.
and it's hard. It takes everything in you to not do that, and it's hard because no one likes being called out, right? No one likes being put on the spot sometimes the way they do. I know for myself, there was somebody that I used to be pretty good friends with. I considered friends on Facebook, and not Facebook, but on YouTube, and we don't talk anymore. And I've tried to maintain what I can, but I'm also not going out of my way, because, again, boundaries, and it's hard and it stinks because this person called me out on social media. This person basically called me a grifter.
Oh,
yeah. And I was like,
how? I don't even see how.
No, but I must have done something to hurt that person. I did something, or that I again, it goes back to, you say you're going to do something, do it, and if something happens, you have to understand it, and that's what happens. It was a comedy of errors kind of thing. It was kind of one of those things where, there's things that I'm going through, there's things that person feels, and they're entitled to feel the way they're going to feel about things. They're going to be entitled to think the way they're going to think. But I really just want to go, hey, I'm going to tell you what, you call me a grifter. I'm going to,
Right. Well, yeah, because you automatically put up defenses when,
yeah,
if you feel like you're being attacked. It's just like human nature, right? To put up your walls. But if you're being attacked and accused of something that you're not, or you didn't do,
right,
then, well, if it's someone that I'm close to or care about, then I really put up my defenses. But if it's someone I don't know, I'm more like, all right, whatever.
Right. Well, and so for me, it's kind of like, it's important to say, okay, why is that person saying it? They're probably hurt. They're probably upset. I'm not going to not belittle their entitlement to think that, because, you know, they can feel the way they're going to feel.
Right.
I mean, they're not taking time to understand my position. they're not asking me why, you know, this was an issue or why something wasn't, you know, and, you know, again, my defenses got up, and there were things that were said about me and said things said about my wife, and you better believe, yeah, when you get to that point, you know,
That's the line. That's
that's a
crossing the
line,
line.
and that's why, you know, if you're a dude and you want to lose a friend,
Yeah. There's the
shit talk
first
his
spot.
wife, talk his wife, you know, or say something about that kid, you know,
Talk
like,
about his wife, or anything about the wife. Just
right.
that's your grand slam. That's the
I mean,
best
that's
way
going to be the
to.
one that's going to be like, you know, and I just go, okay, I forgive. I do. I forgive. Now, can I, you know, and I let that person detach from me, because I'm at a point now, Steve, where I am not going to be the one that sunders or breaks our relationship. I'm not going to be the one that says, well, Steve said that about me. Fuck him, you know, you know, and huff off. No, because then I'm robbing myself of the ability of having a friend, and the experiences and the conversations and the ability to learn things. You know, there's a point where you go, hey, I'm upset. You're upset. Let's get past it. Move on.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of reminds me of the whole, the old saying of, you know, never go to bed angry.
Yeah. Don't let the sun set on an
I've
argument.
always, I've always thought the opposite though, because to me, it's like, don't go to bed angry. That means that you have to settle that shit right then and there, and you're still kind of worked up. But if you sleep on it in the morning, you always feel different, right? And you kind of think about it a little bit more, and you're kind of calmed down, and
Yeah.
then you know, you're more
Well, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to um, get away and take a break, right?
right.
But I think the thing about don't let the sun go down on an argument, the whole point of that is working towards the ideal of resolving conflict as soon as you can. So you're not hanging on
Okay.
to it. So you're not hanging on to it. So you're not waking up in the morning and you're looking at your beautiful wife and going, that fucking bitch. You know?
Right.
You know, right? You're not waking up in the morning and go, oh, another day where I gotta put up with this crap, you know. You know, like
Yeah.
you're not waking up and you're not having conflict unresolved compounded into days. Right? Because at some point you become bitter just for the sake of being bitter. And I know people
Right.
that are like that, right? I know people,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
you know, like
Yeah,
like
they always say some people aren't happy unless they're miserable, and it's
like my dad to this day used to have a really good friend. And not only does he not like this friend, not only, he will never talk about him. He won't even mention his name. But maybe like on a handful of couple of times he'll go to church, but he still doesn't go to church. That's one of his reasons for not going to church, because what this guy did freaking 25 years ago, and the guy is
that
not even a
long
member of that
ago.
church anymore.
Talk about holding a grudge.
Right.
Damn,
And
25
it's
years.
and again, why is that? If we're honest, it's because my dad has an ego, right?
Yeah.
And you know, that ego can't just, oh well, you know what, I'm gonna let this, you know. And I love my dad,
Well, you know,
but he's a good guy. But I'm saying sometimes that ego gets in the way of letting you
oh
resolve
yeah.
conflict, because you're so busy about thinking, how dare someone actually be an
Eggs.
ass to
Yep.
me, or how dare somebody say something to me the way that they said it, you know.
Exactly. And I know a few people like that. I've had arguments with old moderators of mine, and
Mm-hmm.
I've tried to make things better, and they're still like won't even talk. So it's like, I mean, I've tried multiple. So it's like, what?
Yeah,
But real
that's
quick on
that's
that,
not on you. That's not on you, brother.
right? But that's what I mean. I tried, but if they're
Yep.
still gonna, but about the whole ego thing, and for everyone in chat too, there's this really cool shirt, and it says ego is not your amigo. And you can find that at Deedsville Network Entertainment. Go ahead and drop that link, Deeds. And really cool shirt.
Yeah.
Sorry, Travis Joe. I don't, you know what? He can make one that says eat my shorts though, Travis.
Now, I don't know if to take Joe Cure serious or not with that question about what does it jealous feel like? You know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of like you could see how you could read that as
that's the thing with like texting or whatever. It could go so many different ways, but yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what he means by it. I think he's probably given a little bravado about the fact that he's never been jealous or the, you know, it's like, oh, what does jealous mean? You know, it's like I'm taking it, he's taking it as a joke kind of thing, but you know, but that's the thing too, is like for me is so it's one of those things where you can hold on to that. So the whole point is, should you take some time? Sometimes you might need to process and say, hey, look, I need some time to gather my thoughts, to think about the right way, so we can, so not only that we can resolve this, but we can also move on from this. But the important thing is to not let your anger go on. You know, if the whole point of taking that break and the whole point of trying to get that resolved before the end of the night is that you don't let that anger fester to the point where it becomes its own thing and it becomes, you know, and then it compounds every day and you become more and more and more resentful and you become, you know, because again, that's the temptation, because it makes us feel good. It makes like, yeah, I'm gonna, yeah, you know, and it pumps you up because it makes you feel like, you know, and that's the thing about anger. It's such a deceptive drug, right? Because it's like, I used to like to get angry so I could focus. Because when I was angry, I could focus like, right, you know.
Wow. Now that you say that, like,
and I've always thought that's the reason why, you know, the dark side always uses anger, and why Vader's like, give in to your anger, because you can focus it, right? You can weaponize it. You can just like okay, you know, and that's why, like, you know, if the best some of the best music to like work to is like Pantera and Metallica.
Yeah, like heavy, hardcore, heavy beat.
Yeah,
just like
you
something to get your head moving. That's so true. But now, like what I was saying earlier about that guy that no matter what the goal is, never good enough. That's just clicked. Like, yeah, because that's what he strived off. Like, it seemed like the more angry he got, the more he got done. That's so weird. I never even thought of that. Never thought of that.
Right,
but Joe, real quick, Joe
out.
said he was being serious.
Oh,
so let me give you an example, Joe. Let's say I know you're close with your mom, which is awesome because I'm close with my mom and dad. But let's say, let's say some yard guy shows up to do work and he's the same age as you, and your mom kind of sees him as a second son and starts giving him all the attention and just kind of ignores you, forgets about you. How would that make you feel? So kind of along that. But I know what you're saying though, Joe, because used to be the same way. I didn't give a fuck. But then once I got serious, once before Nina, and then you get your heart broken, and then I lose all trust, and then I become really jealous because of trust. And
there are two different components in my mind, in my opinion, about what jealousy is, and that's the one scale is the feeling suspicious to the point where you feel anger. You feel suspicious about something, so you're like, I'm not getting what I want, or I'm not getting what I need, or somebody, or you're, you know, and that usually, all of it comes out of an insecurity usually. But the other thing is kind of like that humiliation type thing, and kind of feeling like that someone else has something that you don't. You know, that's always the way I've always looked at it is, you know, so for example, I used to always be jealous of my friend when I was in school, because my friend basically went through puberty at 13, and he got muscles and he got a beard. I still have, this is all I've been able to grow in 42 freaking years. So you better believe I have some beard envy.
Yeah, but just think though, when you're 70 and you
Right,
still look like you're 45,
right,
then you can look at them and be like, you look like an old ass man.
right. One of my friends says, well, you know, they made a trade-off, right? Because most people that have the hair here don't have it here.
That's true. That is true. I know
So,
quite a few people that, yeah, they got the big beard and
yep.
what happened on top, man? Well, it only grows right here. So,
But you know, a lot of it comes down to a sense of either being uneasy or being very paranoid, suspicious, especially when it comes to being possessive towards something. So you see a man talking to your wife, you can be jealous of that, or if she talks about him in a way that you don't feel like she talks about you. Um, but there's also the other thing too, which is just when you feel like you are missing something, and there are a lot of people out there who can go through life and just kind of have a devil may care attitude and say, I don't care, 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 I don't care. And they've gotten that point to where they have convinced themselves of that. And, that only tells me that all you've done is build a fortress around your heart. All that tells me is that you have this false, in my opinion, false idea of, in order to be a strong macho man, you just don't give, and don't be wrong, it comes natural to being a man. Like giving two shits comes natural to men. Like that's actually one of the complaints that women from men is that we don't care enough. In fact,
right.
that goes back to the original sin that man had. Like he sees his wife, eating the forbidden fruit, and instead of saying, put that down. He's like, I don't care, go ahead, and then she's like, hey, you want to have some of this with me? Like, well, I don't care, like, yeah, sure. It's like, that's the default state of man, is not to care. And that's kind of like the elementary basics of being a man. It's only kind of like when you can go, okay, I now can care about something, and I also don't have to have these sophomoric, juvenile, emotional fears about it. So it's kind of like those stepping stones. So that's what you did, Steve, is you had those stepping stones. You got to that point where you kind of like, I don't care if I don't, shower. You're like, and then of course, when you have a woman in your life, she makes you care. That's the reality of having a wife,
yep.
or having is she makes you care. She makes you care about things. And then things you wouldn't think you care about, you start caring about, because she makes you care. It's one of the effects a good woman has on you. That's why if you're a man and you're looking for a woman and she doesn't care,
Yeah.
go away. No. Just my personal opinion.
I look at that as toxic. Joe's talking about shooting each other and baseball bats and axes and shit. That doesn't seem healthy.
But it does come from respect, and it also comes from, I think, believing. And I think that is the thing too, going back to what we said earlier, is believing the women that we love, and believing them when they say that they love us. The problem is, let's just be honest. Let's just talk about some relationship stuff here for a minute, Steve. And even though we've been kind of spicing this into this conversation, but
it all ties together somehow.
It all ties together, yeah. But let's be honest, like there are a lot of women out there who act a certain way, like, right, like like they wear a certain type of clothing and they have a certain kind of attitude, and it's very easy, I think, for a lot of guys to think, is my woman the same as that woman? But if you don't know that by the time you have
Exactly.
sex with her, if you don't know
Mhm.
that by the time you get married to her, then the problem isn't whether she's conveying that right to you. The problem is you don't know the woman that you say you love. And
Right.
that's a problem because you cannot love someone if you don't know them. And part of knowing them is trusting them and all those things. And so, yeah, that's, if and, I think that's a danger. It's a hard thing to do because sometimes, and this is what I realized. I realized I loved the idea of being in love with a certain woman more than I loved the woman. It's because I didn't know her,
That was my thing in the past. I was in love with the idea of, but then yeah, that's when you have to be like, oh, it's not them, it's me. I need to fix something on my end because
Right. Well, and if did you pick that choice? And I think a lot of guys too may also pick pick a woman that is, you know, a certain way. I know there were certain girls. I don't know how the diplomatic way of saying this, but I picked certain girls that were quote unquote easy because I felt like if they were easy, then right, if their standards were low, then I could have low standards because I didn't think I wasn't worth something, right? And I think that's why people that have those kinds of low self esteem often get into relationships, right? And they
yep,
often get together, and it's always a bad mistake because if you need another person to build you up, you have a problem. And if and
exactly.
you can't substitute you're needing to build another person up for the fact that you feel like you are deficient, because if you're deficient and you're truly loving a person and you want to get in a relationship with them and you feel or you acknowledge some kind of deficiency on your end, then how fair is that to that person that you're getting in a relationship with to
Right.
not have
Well,
all
that's
your
what
shit figured out?
I've always believed that if you're relying on someone else to make you happy and you can't make yourself happy, or you don't you're relying on someone else to make you happy by loving you, but you don't love yourself, then again, you got to work on something with you because if you can't make yourself happy, then nobody else is.
Right. And
Nobody else
Baby
is
Love's
ever
right. I
gonna.
think she's right where she's saying that it's past
Oh yeah,
trauma. Trauma
oh yeah.
is a huge indicator of a lot of that
Like
stuff for sure.
90% of my life story right there
Yeah.
is all past. Yeah,
Yeah. And
the
and
trauma
and
I inflicted on myself, but
yeah, trauma, self-inflicted wounds, yeah. Um, but I think the other thing too is that it is also there's the trauma aspect, and then there's also too the fact that that people have false beliefs and they have false ideas of what a relationship is. And that's what I'm saying? Like that's a hard one to deal with is when you kind of realize like you have a fake false belief about yourself because of and sometimes it doesn't require trauma, sometimes it does, but most of the time, 90% of the time, I think it definitely has trauma as the root of that. um and hitting at those things. But I do think that is something that people kind of struggle with uh is they do project their issues, and they're uncomfortable with being in their own skin. So therefore, they're going to assume that the person they're with isn't going to love them because they don't love themselves. That's what it comes down to. And the answer to that isn't to have this false, tushy goody tushy kind of like, you gotta love yourself, meaning you gotta like embrace yourself and indulge yourself. No, 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 no. Because that's addictive behavior right there. That leads to addictive behavior, I should say. But really it's the acknowledgement, okay, that you know, if God loves you, you can love yourself. If your wife loves you, you can love yourself. And the reason why you don't love yourself is at some point, at some aspect, it's because you don't want to, or you don't know how to. And
Yep.
you just have to be honest
Yeah.
and say, how do I fix that? How do I? And the first step is admitting that's your problem.
See, I told you, it all connects. Everything
Yep.
we talked about all comes in a circle. It's so true though.
Yeah, because and I do think that I will find that a lot of the same issues that they're having with whether it comes to whether they get into an argument with somebody or how they get engage in those things is because at some point in time they're going to have to make that acknowledgement of like, okay, there are certain battles worth choosing, and people have said that in the chat, and that's so true. You do have to choose your battles.
Yep.
You do have to you do have to acknowledge where your strengths are, and for me, trying to convince Steve that I'm a better plumber would be a faulty one.
You would never win that one.
I would never win that one. Right? Just like I'm not going to convince, other people, I'm not going to convince, David Devine that I'm a better guitar. Well, first of all, I don't even play guitar, so there I'm already discounted, right? But, it's like, so that's
how many inches per foot does a drain line have to be if it's 3 inches? No,
I want any one of y'all to argue with me, and I want that shit recorded. Joe. Oh, and if everyone knows that it's a blood sport and they're willing to get into the blood sport and kind of just let their emotions go and say, hey, this is a blood sport, let's do it, then fine. You don't think of it as an arena, right? Think of it as, mental gymnastics, mental exercise, that's fine. But I guarantee you, Joe, even you have, and I've actually seen things that Joe has said where I go, okay, I can see that's a sensitive spot. So we all have those spots. This idea that there's no one that gets triggered by anything, it is not true. There is something that will make us go 0 to 60 if the right words and the right combination of those words are said. And I think sometimes the people who have the most bravado about it, this is just my opinion, are the ones that probably are trying to prove something to themselves more than anybody else. That's just my opinion. And I love you, Joe. I love you, Joe.
I love Joe too. I've known Joe for a long time. We go way back, and
he's one of the best mods you could ever have too.
And he's got a big heart.
He does have a big
heart. Even though he's a badass, he's still got a big heart.
And even though he wants to flirt with your wife and take your kid, Pablo.
Right. Well, he wants to flirt with every female. He's gonna marry everyone eventually.
I know.
Joe's gonna have like 1,300 wives, but
and he's got the game for it. So I could never do that convincingly. Well, first of all, I wouldn't want to because I'm married. But secondly, I was never that guy. I was kind of always that guy. I was like, could I just find that one woman, please? That one woman that I want to, that I can fall in love with and can be my soulmate, all that. And after years and years and years of finding, oh, that's not the one. That's not the one. That's definitely not the one.
Right.
She.
Well, like you were saying, it's like she loved Godfather, but that was the only thing we really had in common, right?
Right. Well, and again, there are certain fundamental values that you have to have, I believe. I do believe in the principle of being evenly yoked. And that means that it doesn't mean you have to have uniformity 100% in everything that you believe and think. But what it means is that you're not going in two different directions, right? So a good example of two people being unevenly yoked is if one person wants kids and the other person doesn't.
Oh yeah, that's a
Eventually,
huge deal breaker.
eventually that's gonna split, right? That's gonna,
Yeah,
or one person will become dominant and the other person will become submissive, and then you're not evenly yoked. It becomes just one runny little thing. you know so, and of course I always use that as an expression of kind of, because when you think about that expression, would you be oaked, that comes from oxen, right? When you're dealing with like wagons, pulling the wagons.
right.
And so if you get to a point where one is doing the work and the other one isn't, one will eventually get tired out, right? Or they stop functioning. And so that's the point of why Joe.
That's a good example.
Yeah. But so yeah, so it's one of those things where there are certain fundamental values and for like life goals and in family ideas that you can't be inconsistent, or if you think, hey, I'm just gonna go along to get along, that's never good. It's never good to do that, because eventually you're going to be either the person that does that and you become insufferable, or you're going to be the person that's always getting their way, and whether they realize it or not, they're going to regret, they're going to resent the other person for doing that. Whether it allows, and that's why you see these kinds of relationships, Steve, where they're, especially you see it with you see it with kind of the baby boomer generation. And I think the reason why you see it so much with the baby boomer generation is because there was a lot of shotgun weddings.
Oh yeah.
In the 60s and 70s. And there was a lot of idea that, hey, if you got pregnant before you got married, oh, you got to get married. Or, if you
knocked her up, you better marry that woman.
Right. So you get to these points where these people where it's like they're like roommates.
Yeah.
They're like, she has her own room, he has his own room,
Oh, dude, honestly, my grandma and grandpa.
Yep.
In my entire life that I remember being alive, they never slept in the same room. They both had their own bedroom. It's like, what?
And maybe you can kind of give that a little break, like when they're old, because it's like, maybe one's really sensitive to heat and one's sensitive to cold. But I will tell you this, if you're either within the first 10 years, 15, 20 years of your marriage, or you're young, like you're like in your 30s or something like that, and you're already sleeping in a different room than your spouse, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over. It's over.
There's a point of no return.
It is. Because if you don't want to sleep in the same bed with your hot wife or your hot husband, then something's wrong.
Yeah. I mean,
something's wrong.
That goes back to like what I was saying. People believe what they want, which goes the same as they don't believe what they don't want to believe. So it's like, that's when you also have to realize, like, I need to look in the mirror because it's
right. And then of course there's caveats, right? Like you went to Freddy's Burrito Shack and you're kind of like, I'll be in the bed later, honey. Pass out of my system. Although on a cold winter night, nothing is going to warm me up like a regurgitation of refried beans. But yeah, no, and so those are important. But you saw that these were people who were forced together, and did that. Like, and then again, there's occasion, like my dad used to sleep on the couch a couple of nights of the week because my dad is a night owl. My mom goes to bed like at 7:30, and my dad would be up all night, and so sometimes that does happen, and that's kind of hard. Or sometimes like for me when I first got out of the hospital with the back surgery, I could not sleep on my bed. I couldn't get out of the bed if I slept in it. So I had to sleep on the couch. So those things are obviously, caveats to, but for the most part, if you do not want to be in bed with your wife or your husband, then there's probably a problem or an issue there.
Right. Well, no, I mean, same thing when my parents were still married, and this was like way before they got divorced, but my dad always worked midnights, and in Michigan, they had the I always called it a deep basement because it always seemed like it was, maybe it's because I was younger, but it seemed like the basement was a lot deeper than like average basement, and it was dark as shit down there. But he worked midnights. You know, you can't come home and go in the bedroom when the sunlight's like shining on your face. And
Yeah.
but I guess that kind of started from my understanding. I don't know. I don't want to say shit because I really don't know the whole story. But
Right. Yeah.
that was like part of it or something. But it's like, where do you? I mean, I don't know. You can get wind of you. You can get wind off of you. Keep it under the covers. Under the covers, Joe. Now, I slept on the couch for a long time when I was a teenager, when I got kicked out, when I went on my own, because I thought I knew everything. And my parents were like, go on then, Mr. Smart Man. Go figure it out. All right on, baby love. Thank you for coming by. And
Thank
drop
you.
your link again. Drop your link again real quick, baby love. And yeah, everyone go show baby love some support. She's just starting her channel, and she's really cool. I only
Definitely.
got a chance to catch one of her lives, but I met her on Broke Fishing's channel, and good people. Real dominant and aggressive. Yeah. Deborah Clark, aloha.
You know,
Sure.
there's and there is another thing too. A good metric for how to deal with arguments and deal with conflicts with people, that I think is a good rule of thumb. And I think the first thing we can do is, first of all, consider. We talked about considering what's right more than wrong. I think the other thing too is putting the best construction on people and being emphatic about it. And in fact, there's the 10 Commandments. One says, "Don't thou shalt not slander." Right? In my tradition, we have a catechism, and there's an expanded idea of what that means, and that's not just that you don't slander someone, like knowingly lie, right? But that you put the best construction on them, Steve. Meaning, until that person gives you fundamentally 100% proof of something, you don't think of them in a negative light. You don't think of them as, oh, because somebody else said that. Steve, it's like I saw this happen too, where someone was showing me something about somebody that was on one of your old streams about some bad stuff, and
I
I'm
think
not.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
not denying that there's validity to that, because you don't magically get on a website for something like that.
Right.
you know,
Right.
yeah, but still being careful, because and I think, the other thing too is also, once you get to a point where you start judging a person and you start thinking about them, and you lessen them because of what you're told about them or what you assume, what you believe. Well, first of all, you're going to lose that friend, you're going to lose that relationship. But I think the other thing too is remembering too why people don't respond to people. And I think, one of the things that Carnegie says is, he says, build up a reputation in somebody that they can live up to. So if I go, okay, well, I want to convince Steve of how great it is to have certain morals or values, I'm going to be extolling you for being a moral person. Be like, hey, Steve's a good guy. Steve understands it. We all have our pick of dues. We all have our struggles. But Steve gets it. Steve understands. When you can kind of start saying and showcasing when people did it right, or at best just refusing to believe what's worse about them without having any evidence about it, you're going to remember when you get into a conversation with them that all right, I'm going to stop talking about this person as if I know them, and I'm going to start talking to them as somebody that I want to get to know. And then that way, instead of having an argument, Steve's dick, I know, it's a joke. But instead of having that kind of, argument or that kind of heated conversation, debate, you start to have a conversation.
Right.
And you can say things like, say, Steve, why do you think the way you do? Hey, Joe, why do you think the way you do?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, why do you think Steve's a dick?
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, Joe. Instead of saying, hey, Joe, you asshole, why do you just don't understand Steve? Be like, hey, Joe, can you tell me why you think that is? Of course, you have to also know that he's being facetious.
Yep.
Or that someone like Joe could be a person like a lot of guys where the more he offends you with language, the more it shows he likes you. There are people out there
like just like pulling hair, right? Just like you like a girl in school, you pull her hair.
I'm crazy as hell. But and I think that is something of kind of building a bridge to someone in consensus and saying, okay. And it's hard. It's hard because we see something or hear something and say, Deborah Clark, is this therapy session?
Yes, but Deborah, this session is free. Next time it's like pay-per-view, and it's gonna cost $50 a person to get it. Deborah Clark's awesome.
Maybe the next one you do it for fans only, and you do it in a nude. No, because then that would probably traumatize people even more. For me, it would. There's a reason why I take solace in the fact my wife is blind. That's a joke. That's a joke. Not that she's blind, but I always make that joke. I said, "Oh, Brenda, you can't. Good thing you can't tell that I'm ugly." She's like, "I know you're not ugly." I'm like, "Okay, fine." But I always make that kind of self-deprecating joke. But no, it's not really so much of a therapy session, I think, as it just kind of realizing and kind of acknowledging, hey, there is a better way of dealing with people and coming to a consensus. And then again, trying to figure out, first of all, before you decide if someone's wrong, figure out why they think they're right. Because that's half the battle. Yeah. Because if you understand why they think they're right, or what their reasons for why they think they are, then you can go into that. Because only a person goes into a situation and says, "Hey, you're wrong," and I'd be like, "Really? How?" Because.
And it really just puts up defenses right away.
It does.
It does. And that's why it is good to figure out why they're right, and it goes back to, like you're saying earlier too, positive thinking. If I always go by that, if someone says that they can do something or they can't, either way they're right.
Right.
Whatever. If you tell yourself you can't, then you can't. If you tell yourself you can, then you can't. It's just
right. Well, that's a different therapy session right there, because that one's talking about self-actualization and cursing yourself. And people can do that. People can literally curse themselves. They can literally, whether you see it as a full-on curse or whether you see it as just determinate thinking, right, where you just you make your reality based off of what you're, and I do that too. I'm like the worst of it, because
see, you just did it right there.
What's that?
The worst of it.
Well, I'm saying I'm the worst at it because I'm acknowledging my difficulty in always taking that advice, because sometimes I struggle with a lot of chronic health issues and fatigue, and there's just days I wake up and I'm just like, I feel like dog crap, and just be like, kill me. And if you're in that thought, then you're just going to perpetuate that You know,
Trust me, I'm there a lot too. So yeah, I'm not saying
that's
I
why I like
don't
to get.
do it.
That's why I like to wake up with a cold shower, because not only has it been proven to help you with things like weight loss and other stuff, but also because it wakes your system up. You're like, I don't feel good. And you're like, okay, bitch, here's some cold water. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, yeah, okay. It could always be worse. It could always be worse. It's better. It's much better than you think. And I do think, I don't know if you've heard of the phenomenon of the white pill movement going on, but Michael Malice just wrote a book about it, and
Nah, I haven't. Not the white pill.
yeah. So if the red pill's kind of is like waking you up to the truth of what's going on in the world, right? All the bad, you're kind of coming to reality, right?
I thought that's what the black pill was.
No. The black pill,
I stopped paying attention.
the black pill is kind of saying it's gone. It's too late. You don't the red pill just wakes you up to the reality. You go, everything you think you know, you don't know. And then you get the black pilled, and the black pilled means you just basically, it's like, it's a foregone conclusion that it's all gone. It's all, the white pill is that there can be hope. There is still hope. You can still have hope, and I do think that that's great to kind of get into that movement, and kind of, because I do think if you focus too much on negativity, if you focus too much on that stuff, then that becomes your life. It's not to say that you don't acknowledge when something's bad, right? We can all acknowledge that the world is effed up right now. We can all acknowledge that, even if we don't agree with why that is. We can all acknowledge that, and if we can all acknowledge that, then we can say, well, if it's bad, then it can get better. But how does it get better? But the first step is to believe whatever that solution is, how that is. And we may have differences of opinion on how that is based on your political values and your religious values. But if you can then say, believe that there's hope, and that if we can find a common solution, or we can find the right solution, then there's hope, and then we can improve it. Those are the kind of the first steps you have to take of finding that common ground and finding that those unifying things. Because if what's wrong in the world is to always get into these arguments and always get into these things where maybe you're too busy talking about why someone might be off on something, if maybe the start or the new start thing is to say, hey, go into the conversation saying, have you ever felt like something's off? Have you ever felt like something's not going right? And we were talking about this on Indie Stream, and I think we kind of talked a little bit about that on the Nina one that you and I were talking on, but of saying, how do you bridge the gap when you're talking to someone, like, for example, that is in a different political party, right? Because let's be honest, if we're just talking about ideology, if we're just talking about those particular things, individual issues, then we're already kind of setting ourselves up to not be able to find common ground. But if you can say, look, hey, the world is messed up. The world needs to be there needs to be something different. The way it's going now isn't working. And hopefully, ideally, unless you're some kind of ideologue whose belief is that as long as my party is in control, that everything's going okay. And there's those people who have their head in the sand, right? That think, and not only that, but like they go so far to the extreme of saying, hey, all the things that I bitched about in the other party's regime, I'm now accepting in the Mars because our guys are in control. We're going to win. Like, we, no matter what side you're on, should hopefully agree that kind of thinking is part of the problem, and it needs to be fixed, and it needs to be corrected, because at that point, you're no longer being objective. At that point, you're no longer, to me, and a good example is this. If you're anti-war, then you should be anti-war when it comes to Iraq, as you should be with places in Europe that I'm not going to mention.
Right. No, exactly. It's like what I was going to say is if you're not part of the solution, then you're part of the problem.
Right. So, but if we can if we could build this up and say, okay, we all can tell that there's something wrong. We can all tell that could always be better. Okay, so how do we build that consensus? How do we build that ability to fix that? And before we start getting into the individual stock issues that make us feel the way we do, before I start telling you why, hey, I can tell you there are one-word answers I could tell you. If someone came up to me and said, okay, well, what's going to make your life instantly better 100% right now? I'm going to say Jesus. And I'll go always bank there. Now, that's a very loaded thing to say to someone that may have a different history than I do. Right?
Right. They may believe that God's not real because he wouldn't let bad things happen.
Right. Or someone that has a completely different view of who that is. So before I even say that in that way, okay, so what do I say? Okay, so I have hope. I have hope because I believe there is a ideal joy we can live in. And if we can start to get to that joy, living that joy, not just because it will make things better, because it will, but it will make the worst things seem less worse. And it'll make them more bearable. And it won't seem so overwhelming. And then if I talk in those kinds of consistent and I'm talking in those things, then I can start building that bridge to saying, okay, what leads to joy? What leads to hope? And then I can start identifying those things particularly. But before I can get there, and I think that's kind of what happens to a lot of people when they argue, especially with politics and religion, and we talked about this last time, and was it Joe, I think, that said that he thought it was in American Sniper. But Joe, if you want, I will pull it up on YouTube and I will show you that it is in the Patriot. It may still be also in the Sniper. He may be right. It might be in the American Sniper movie. I don't remember that.
Hey, you may be right, but I'm not wrong.
Exactly. There's how you but I know that it's in the movie, and I can prove it. That's in the movie, the Patriot. But the whole idea of aim small, miss small, and I do think that there's this idea, and it's kind of like we have like this kind of idea of, oh, I gotta get 0 to 60. I gotta do it in one fell swoop. That's part of the problem with our argumentation now is we're trying to convince people with one word, one sentence, one conversation, one setting, one undisputable quote unquote fact, or one undisputable reality or news story, or what, fill in the blank. And the thing is, we're already setting ourselves up to an unrealistic expectation of how to win that argument, first of all. Secondly, and whether that will be effective to begin with, or should it be ever effective? I wasn't in that argument. Maybe you're right, Joe. Maybe I just conflated you in that because I go, if there's ever a contrarian in this group, it's you.
Right. If there's anyone, you know what though? If it's not Joe, it's probably Ed.
It was probably Ed. That's what I'm saying. It's probably there are resident contrarians, which I love that.
Real quick, I'm gonna take a quick break. So I don't know if you just want to keep going, or I could.
Well.
Song on if you got to take a break too.
Yeah, I could take a break. I don't know how far you want to go with this conversation on this. Is my thing.
Dude, I could keep going all night, but yeah, I don't know. Up to you. Like maybe another hour.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Cool. Yeah, and then we'll just take a quick break, and then if you got to take a restroom break or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
And then cool. Yeah, I'll just put let's see. I'll just put this up. And then I'll just play a couple songs. And I'll be back in like 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
claustrophobic mind, and I am not the vagrant kind. Baby, I just wanna take you home, to lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you've got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. Not that vagrant kind. Yeah.
You see what happens? We leave for a minute, and the monkey starts throwing feces at the walls, and pets' heads are falling off. You know what that reference is, right? Pets' heads are falling off. Oh, I stumped you. That's from Dumb and Dumber. If you remember that or not. Yeah, it's bad. Remember, because then they reattached the head of the parrot. He sold it to the blind kid. I hate saying I respect you. That was a long piss, Steve. Oh man, this is good. This is the benefit of this is you
Oh,
know, we
shit,
can
I
work
was
out our
muted the
issues.
whole
You
time.
were muted, yeah.
God damn, I was
Were you like Dumb and Dumber? Or not Dumb and Dumber? Yeah,
no,
Dumb and
no,
Dumber.
I didn't know. I was thinking something else, and then you said it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I was thinking of a different one, but dude,
Yeah.
it was like it's like you heard what I was saying though. That's why I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah. And then when you said, dang, that's a long piss, Steve, I was like, and I didn't even wash my hands.
Yeah, I didn't either. No.
That's why it was muted. I didn't want you to hear me. My long piss, you know.
Yeah.
Because the toilet's right there. I'm actually set up in my bathroom.
Are you really?
No.
Oh.
I'd really have an echo then. I would be like, no, I'm not in my bathroom. What makes you think that?
There's actually a guy that's one of the law tubers that does it from his bathroom, and I always laugh about that.
It really does, though?
Yeah.
I know some people sing when they do karaoke. Some people sing in the bathroom because of
Echo.
Yeah. But
Or
to do a
technically the
whole live,
acoustics. The acoustics is when it bounces off of the hearts, or
I don't know if I'd be able to do a whole live in the bathroom. That'd be weird.
I don't know. I couldn't do
I
it.
guess I wouldn't have to go far if I had to take a break, huh? I'd just mute it and be like, "What's up, guys? I'm gonna
You'd be
sit down
like-
and pee." Sitting on the toilet anyway.
You'd be like, "Hey, you don't even know if I'm taking a crap or not." Joe would be the guy that goes, "You're still mic's still on." You know, like speaking of Dumb and Dumber, remember that the whole bathroom.
Oh yeah, that was right when when he gave him the
the laxatives for that, yeah.
Oh dude, I gotta watch that movie again. That was a great movie. That and I've seen Idiocracy like 100 times, and I could still watch it and laugh the entire movie.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, I do think that it's called spatial focus. Yeah.
For the bathroom.
Yeah.
I was looking at the hand sanitizer one and I laughed, and then
yeah. I do think that So if you could say, okay, well, what's the consensus that we can build? Now, at some point, there will have to be, okay, how much can we disagree and how much can we agree? And I think for communities and I think for society in large, I think we have to just admit and acknowledge we will never have 100% unity. We'll never have 100%. There are always going to be people, even at their best, even people at their best. Even, we're divorcing the people who already make it kind of a crap show. You know, people that are bad faith actors. You know, people who are kind of people that just are like jokers. You know, they want to just watch the world burn. You know, they just that's their mentality, right?
Yep.
Like we're not talking about those types of people, but even the better people or the people who just have maybe like a difference of opinion, there's never going to be unity. So okay, we go, okay, what then can we find unity on? And the reality is, whether people realize it or not, there are people who are trying to divorce or to water down or go after those fundamental rights that we have, especially in America, which I think are essential, for that. If you want to say hi to Miss Luck there.
Oh, shoot, I just lost my StreamYard. I can't even see you right now. Hold on.
Oh, I hate when that happens. Did they go black?
Oh, there we go. No, yeah, the screen went black. I don't know what the hell, but all right, I'm back. Miss Luck, aloha. Good to see you. Miss Luck is cool. I'm broke fishing too. Miss Luck, I see her on.
But so like I kind of think about that, and I go, okay, so there are certain fundamental values we have to share, and we have to just say, okay, that has to be in some kind of common respect and decency for people. But the thing is that I think part of the problem of us getting into that is, one, we need to get out of our own way. That will help. But I think the other thing too is we have to stop listening to the people who are trying to make it impossible, that want to make everything a life and death meltdown issue, right?
Yep.
And we have to start that from like the ground up. We have to start that with our friends. We have to kind of just say, okay, how do we do this? We have to raise our kids this way. All those things are kind of evident in all that. But I think the other thing too is we have to be willing to know when we have to step away from the table and just say, okay, because there will be a point in time where no matter how much evidence you have, no much appeal to someone's humanity, no matter how many times, how effective or how polite you can be, there will be people who will have an agenda or have a purpose, and you'll usually because they're part of a system that they don't realize, or they're being useful idiots for somebody's cause, or they themselves are being power brokers and they're trying to gain power, because usually those are the types of people who can't find, and that's the problem we have in this country, is that the people who love the idea of being in power are the people who are also in power. Right.
Yeah.
And the right mentality to have for Congress is to have someone that doesn't want to be in Congress.
Exactly.
And how do you fix that?
Literally, that's what it is. And the people that want to be in power, 99.9% of the time, they're narcissists, which means they have no empathy, which means they don't care, which means they don't want to fix anything. They just want to fix their bank account and their lives. And yet all these people are like, yeah, they're going to make it better. How? You make it better, not them.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. And then the people we need in there are the people that are like, nah, I know I'd probably be good at it, but I don't want to do that shit.
So I think that's where we're going to have to say, okay, well, where do we start? Well, first of all, those of us who love freedom, those of us who can be respectable, it's time to get out of our own drama and our own BS and start saying, okay, what can we do? Because because there is a point where that is on the larger scale of things. You go, okay, yeah, that person's an evil fascist. We need to definitely like figure out a way to bulwark ourselves against that. And I think that starts with like local communities, and that starts with like kind of doing those kinds of things. But I do think that an aspect of what has to be done is figuring out what exactly can be held common and what can't. And then once you get to that point, put the BS and the drama away and say, okay, we're going to just in our local communities and also in our relationships and our friends and our family. So if there's ever a time to stop kind of giving into this, and I think that's the thing too, we need to realize that a lot of us are getting into arguments because we're being engineered to get into arguments too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot what I called it, but it'll come to me.
Yeah.
But we were talking about it last week too. It was where they, if people know that there's a plan or whatever, and then when it happens, what the hell is it called?
You mean like predictive programming type thing?
Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah. That was gonna drive me nuts if you didn't.
Oh yeah, of
that.
course, Joker. That's a great movie. What are you talking about? You can't forget.
That was a great movie. Yeah. What are they trying to cancel that now? You know what? Shout out to Ben Stiller for not bending the knee.
I know.
For,
yeah,
that's what they all do. They're like, oh, I gotta bend over backwards and bow down to your, because it's like, man.
Speaking of actors, I'll have to tell you, I've not had any interest in seeing that show, Ted Lasso. I could care less about it. But I could care even less more about it. I actually care more not to watch it now than I care less about not watching it, because the cast of that show was brought on. Was it yesterday at the White House press briefing, and they're talking about mental illness, and I'm like, so instead of talking about rogue DAs and talking about I don't know, inflation and the fact that we have trains derailing every other day,
real problems.
Right. She brought on the cast of Ted Lasso to talk about mental illness. It's like, what's their qualification for that?
Right.
To speak in that. I mean, it's like, and it's like, it's just crazy. It's just, I'm like, I have to pinch myself and go, like, I feel like our press briefing, especially our White House, but especially our press corps, is being like run like a fraternity,
Right.
It's like, oh no.
Well, and if you think about it too, if you look at it like
Joker.
I forgot who said it, but it was Morgan Freeman, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, because it's all about the division and and they're talking about we need to unite, but really what they're doing is dividing.
Right.
But I believe it was Morgan Freeman when he said, you know how you get rid of racism? Stop talking about it. Yeah. So the more they're talking about uniting, the more they're dividing, because now everyone, what side you claim, what side, and that's how I look at it. And it's all they're doing is picking sides and dividing.
Right. But I think once you get to that point and you find those things and you get to those things, and you go, okay, what can be absolutely left? What can be not left unsaid? And once you get to that point and you start working, and I think we can find that there's a whole lot more that can be left unsaid. Like, yes, you would ideally like people to affirm a position that you do, especially people that are close to you. But I do really?
What's that, Steve? I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, you're good.
Dude, you gotta check out Creek Squads the other night, man. None of your business. Creek Squad. Yeah. Me and Broke Fishing. We did some prank calling. I'm working on making the video for it because I had to go and screen record it, which I just figured out the other day. Dude, it was It's
We doing like in
I'm
the fashion
working
of like
on the
crank anchors and stuff like that.
yeah, pretty much. But Creek called first, and it was a Motel 6, and he played off like he was I forgot what it was. He was like a trucker or something, and he was coming. He needed like 4 rooms, and he had 8 guys with him, 2 bedrooms each room. And hey man, can we smoke in there? And he's like, oh, I want to smoke our weed outside. Then is that cool? And then he's like, you gonna smoke weed with us? And it was an Indian guy, and he's like, yeah, okay. So then that lasted a while. So then like an hour later, I called and acted like the gay guy, like the gay boyfriend of the first guy. So I was like, did he call you? I'm so sorry. He when he gets drunk, he starts talking about getting snatched and smoking weed. He's never even been with a woman. And at the end, I'm like, I love you, Mo. I love you. And then Nunya like finished it like perfectly and called, and she was like, yeah, they should be there any minute. I'm just calling to pay for the room. And he's like, there's no room available. There is no room available. We don't have any rooms open.
Wow.
So it's gonna be a great video though, dude.
My brother used to work in a call center, and he'd gotten this call from this guy that was obviously black. I mean, you could tell by his mannerisms and the way he was talking and the language he's using. Obviously, certain things that
what about my sham doobly?
black people could get away with saying. But my brother thought he was getting prank called because the guy goes, yeah, because my brother worked for a hotel chain. He's like, yes, I want the best room you got, and I spare no expense, and he's just telling him all these things, and like all of a sudden, like his wife gets on the phone and says, she's like calling him like the N-word. She's like, hey, where do you think you're getting all that money? He's like, I got money. What you saying, and she's like, hey, you haven't even paid for your child support yet, and 2 different children, and they're having this whole conversation and debate back. And my brother's like, hello, and like he's like, is this a prank call? And like the guy's like, no. And the guy actually finally, after having like a debate with his wife for like 10 minutes, says, okay, all right, I don't need your best room, but maybe your second to best room. And he gave him his credit card and all that. I'm like, how does that happen? Like, and then they're just carrying on, and they're just kind of like, oh man, it's like they were being kind of like caricatures, And he's like, are you kidding me? Like, this is, you guys are gonna really, So maybe they did ham it up a bit for the sake of him. I don't know.
You never know, because I was actually supposed to call this Mo guy back just to let him know, like, hey man, we were just kidding, because he was worked up. I was like, how's this guy falling for this? But oh yeah, Georgie. I said, hi, this is Georgie.
Georgie.
Oh yeah, this is when Nunya called. It came out of nowhere. I gotta go back and watch that again and listen to it. I don't get it, because out of nowhere he's like, you want chicken? And she's like, huh? And he's like, do you want chicken? She's like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, I'm talking about paying for the rooms. Why are you asking me if I want a chicken? It didn't make any sense. Maybe he did know that we were pranking and he was fucking with us.
So you guys were prank calling, and you would, how did you record it? How'd you get on the YouTube though? I mean, how'd you do the?
Well, Creek was live.
Okay.
Me and Nina were still in Waikiki, and then we were listening to them, and then on the way home, and they started doing the prank, and I'm like, oh dude, I love doing this shit, man. I'm good at this. And then I'm like, don't end it yet.
Did you enjoy Waikiki? You guys had fun?
Oh yeah, it was good. Her oldest daughter was here with the 2 grandkids, and and then her son that lives on this island with the other 2 grandkids, and so yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, I used to do some of the prank calling too, and I used to love doing that.
It's been so long for me. That's why I was like, don't end yet. I'm almost home. And then they put 5 lanes down to 1, and now I'm like, shit, now it's gonna take twice as long to get home. And it literally took me an hour later, because when I went back and screen recorded the parts of the stream, and I'm like, don't take the stream down, because I did it the next morning.
Yeah.
Don't take the stream down yet. I got to get this. And I looked at the timestamps, and it was and almost to the second, an hour later by the time I jumped on.
Oh wow.
Which probably helped that it worked because, an hour goes by and then some other weirdo calls. So this guy's not catching on like, oh, it must be the same guy messing with me,
Right. Oh man. I'm sure that was pretty funny. I would imagine that was.
I'm gonna make the video on it. It's gonna be a good video.
Right. Yeah, I used to do some fun stuff with the prank calling and stuff.
Well, that's the thing. It's been so long since I did it. So
I would
don't know,
imagine now, though. I would imagine now, like there's a lot of people you could probably trigger.
Oh yeah, it brought me back.
Sorry, not trying to.
Brought me back to the. Yeah, I don't know. It made me feel like a kid again. It was a lot of
What?
fun.
Gordon Ramsay dead? What? What?
Is that real?
I don't know about that. Let's see here. Let's look this up.
See, that's I hear shit like every other week, like so and so's dead, and I don't even pay attention until I hear it like again and again, and then a week later again. Then I'm like, all right, maybe it's true. But I stopped watching TV. Period. I don't even. Oh no, no worries, D. Like we've already been off topic.
Yeah. No, it's from what everything I'm looking at, he's still alive. So I'm interested where you saw that at because it's like I like Gordon Ramsay. He's just like
Yeah, talk about someone that don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I can imagine though a lot of people would get offended. With some of the old school stuff. It's kind of funny because I think about like people like Jimmy Kimmel now who just gatekeeps and white knights and he was like the worst offender of all that shit. He was the one that was wearing blackface. He was the one that was, demeaning women on the show. He was the one he was one of the guys on Craig Anchors too. He was one of the guys on there.
Yeah, and the Man Show.
And the Man Show, and
he was like hardcore. And then you hear this new thing with the I don't know, Epstein. I don't know if but and that one, what's his name? I don't watch sports, but Aaron Rodgers, I think something happened to him, and then he was talking about, how all his list, and then you're talking about Kimmel, right? Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel, yeah.
Yep. And then Jimmy Kimmel goes on and like makes fun of Aaron Rodgers, and you're like, oh, hey, you're just like brain dead or something. And it's like, well, you getting a little nervous that your name might come out, or like, But
yeah, I guess he's quitting one of some of the shows because he decided he would rather the friendship than go into arguments. How fitting, right? I want to be friends with the boys and the men and the great men and women I work with. He continued. He really thanked people for watching some of his shows and said that he felt it was best that even though they had unreconcilable differences, that he left. And it doesn't look like it's his big shows. It just looks like a couple of shows that he was involved in. Some of because he's like got like 20 shows. It seems like.
Yeah.
Who's Cohen? I don't know if I know who that is. Who he's talking about there?
Cohen. It rings a bell. I'm thinking
Cohen, like Conan O'Brien.
Maybe Conan O'Brien. Yeah,
I don't know. That's Conan, not Cohen.
Oh yeah, that's Conan. Yeah.
Who's Cohen? I don't know who's. Cohen's lying ass will go back to prison.
Michael Cohen.
Michael Cohen. Oh, is that the lawyer guy? Is that who you're talking about?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I think that's the.
Broke Fishing's back. We were just talking about you broke fishing.
The lawyer, yeah. That's right.
All kinds of trash. I was telling everybody to go troll your channel. Get over there to Broke Fishing's channel at 11:30 and troll his ass hard. I was just kidding, Broke.
Yes. Michael Cohen. I see that. Yes. Yeah. The lawyer that If anyone should be going to jail in that whole situation, should be him. He's the only one. Politics.
Bugger.
But
I've been using that a long
but you know,
time.
sometimes that is good, you know, to realize, hey, you know, there's certain things you can't win. There's certain things. You know, at what point do you lose your joy? And I think that's a good one.
Right.
John, he brought
And
out all the
think
racist slurs in an interview today.
that's why I was so
okay, maybe
interested in this topic to begin with, was because I mean, I look back at myself, you know, 20 years ago, and then 10 years ago, and then now, and I can see the change, you know what I mean? But at the time, 20 years ago, you were never proving me wrong. It doesn't matter. I'll fight you to the death, you know? And then 10 years ago, I was starting to realize, like, you know, what's more important, you know, friendship and love and caring about people, or being right. And now it's just, you know, I love everybody, you know, even if you hate me and you did me wrong, I still love you. You know, I don't wish bad on anybody.
Right.
So it's
give me a second.
Oh, Trump. He was calling Trump a narcissist and a psychopath. Well, my opinion, to be honest, I think all politicians are narcissists. I think you gotta be. You gotta be a narcissist to be a politician.
After our 3.5 hour conversation about arguments and stuff, we're going to now to get into argument of politics. That's the best way to end this thing. Don't you think, Steve? Don't you think all this work we built and the goodwill of reconciling things, let's just throw it all in the mud and say, you know what? Yeah.
Look, this shit, I'm out.
You're wrong, Gary. You're wrong. Okay, dude, it's good to see you.
Oh yeah, right on, Deeds. Much love, brother. Thanks for hanging out, man, the whole time too, man. Much love, brother. And don't forget, this Monday on Steve Harloha channel, Deeds and Steve karaoke, and then the following week on Deeds, and then the following week, yeah, you guys get it. But make sure you're there. It is Deeds is the hardest working host in the game. And we have the best karaoke show on Monday nights on all of the interwebs. Prove me wrong. Fight me.
Wrong.
Get on your back.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Look at this. We're getting into these great political conversations, and he's a politician now. He's not a politician. He's not a politician. It's funny. It's interesting how that is. Speaking of arguments, it is interesting how someone like Trump is such a lightning rod, and it's just a lot of those things. You know, it's just kind of crazy. You know, and how do you find a consensus on that? Because it's like, and people like that, sometimes you love them or hate them. You know, I try to be fair with him as I do with everyone. I mean, obviously, I find it more favorable than I do, you know, Biden.
Right.
Biden's a lying guy. I mean, he's just a liar.
Lies about everything.
An objective fact. You know, I'm not like he's an ass. He's a liar. You know,
he lied about student loans like 2 or 3 times. You know, and it's just like, and you can't understand half the shit he's saying anyway. So it's like, what did you say? Children international under pressure. Do what? You know? Oh, there you go, Gary. That's what it is. Let's just get your panties off. Now get on your back. I don't have that sound bit. I can't play it. But I'll just do
that
this.
Was for Nanya.
Yeah. the Not So Common show. That's a good show, man. You guys should go check that out too. Not So Common.
Oh my god. Oh. All this goodwill, all this. Let's just work it all out. Can we all just get along? And
that's my thing. Like, that's my thing, though. Well, you're doing the same thing because I'm laughing about it, but then it makes me wonder, like, are some people actually getting like worked up? Because it's like it's all fun and games. It's all
and I'm not. I'm just making fun of the fact that it, the appearance.
No, I know that's what I'm saying. You're laughing too, like me, but I mean, like people in chat, if they're like, "Oh, this," I'm not even gonna say nothing because I don't want to work anyone up. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like, wait, we just spent 3.5 hours to get to this point. We're just gonna throw it all away.
You're like, can't we just find that's our better man? And then it's like Joe and Garrett and light that motherfucker up, I just want to watch it burn. I want to feel the heat of the flames.
Burn, motherfucker, burn.
I always, sometimes I always think of that quote too, from Blade, when he's like, and I feel like this is kind of how I am right now, where it's like, he's like, some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. Can you remember that quote? Remember that quote from the movie at the end?
I don't. I only seen that movie like once or twice.
He's about to kill Frost, and he's just like, some motherfucker. I'm trying to do I can't do Wesley Snipes justice, but it's like, some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill, just, like, oh.
I'm gonna have to watch that movie again now because that's like one of the movies I've seen like maybe twice, but so long ago, and I can't remember all the parts.
I watched that movie when I was in high school so many times. Like, I watched that movie so many times, and even after. But in high school, I was obsessed with that movie. Like I remember I had like my senior, we did like 1-act plays, and each senior got to do a 1-act play, and I was one of the seniors got chosen to do a 1-act play, and we had like the cast party at my house, and like 75% of the kids in my theater group were like Mormons. So they come to my house, Steve, and I've got like Blade playing on the 50-inch television, and they come in my room and I've got like horror movie posters, and I've got like a Bush beer neon sign and a Miller Lite sign.
You didn't give them you didn't give him soda pop and coffee, did you?
Oh yeah, I was like, here, you want some Pepsi? It's like oh, we'll have some Sprite if you got it. Like, okay.
Dude, here's the funny story, because the only reason I know now that Mormons don't drink caffeine is because when maybe like second or third year that I moved here and lived here, I was living in Kaneohe, and I didn't know anybody here really, and I just go to work every day, and I work for a company, so I only work like between 8 and 9 hours, because with plumbing you never know how long a job's gonna. But anyway.
Right.
Every day, these two missionary kids would, I don't know, I'd say maybe they were 13, 14 years old, 15 maybe, and they'd ride their mountain bikes with their white shirts and a tie, and they were really nice and friendly. And so I'd be like, hey, fish on. Rest in peace, Larry the Cable Guy. Oh, we're not going to start this. Everybody died, are we? But anyway, so I didn't want to be mean to them. And plus, like I said, I moved here and then moved back to Michigan for a certain reason. I moved back to Ghent, so it was like my second time living here. And I didn't know anyone still at the time, and I was just getting off work. So I'm being nice to them and stuff. And then I was like, well, yeah, just, come back or whatever. And then they did. And then I talked to them again for another half hour, 40 minutes. And then it became like a thing. Like, I'd get pizza on the way home, and I'd feed them pizza, and And then I'm like, oh, I got a Pepsi. And they looked at me like, what, are you crazy? And I'm like, oh, they're
Although
like,
you know
we
what,
don't.
I knew a bunch of Mormons that like
Oh
were
shit.
obsessed with
Hold on,
drinking
fish.
Dr. Pepper.
Oh, that doesn't have caffeine in it? Hold on,
No, it
fish
does.
on.
It does. It does. That's the thing.
Oh, it does. There you go.
Y'all
There's
didn't
your wrench.
see me say porn cop. Yes, we saw you say it. We just didn't say anything about it.
But the funny thing is, too, before I found out about the caffeine, when they came, I'd get home from work and same thing then. I'd crack a Heineken.
Right.
And,
Right.
you know, and I'm sitting there drinking beer and they're still like talking to me, you know. And then I did end up going to church at their church. I
At their
went
church,
before
yeah.
work one day. And because you know, you can't knock it if you haven't tried it, right?
Right.
So
I mean, yeah.
I went to the church and that was it. I went one time because I'm like, because I've always been a religious person. You know what I mean? I mean, I still am now.
Right.
But
You're like me. You're kind of like a tourist. Again, in a sense,
right.
like I'm willing to go to a lot of different churches. Obviously, there's certain churches that I'm less preferable to, which I'm not going to get into because I could really talk about getting into an argument. You want to watch the world burn? I'll tell you one thing one litmus test, one litmus things for me not going to a church. And oh man, watch people, especially women, go nuts. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I knew a couple of Mormons that would drink like the Dr. Pepper. I'm just like, aren't you guys not supposed to drink that though? And they're like, no. Like, oh, like, why are you doing it then? And he's like, cause they were kind of like,
Jack, you're going to hell.
It's like, I think they kind of like, I'll make it up. I'll make it up. I'll spend 2 years in the terrestrial or whatever middle earth kingdom or middle heaven kingdom that they have or whatever. It's I'll work an extra 3 days at the we're doing this or that. It's like, oh, okay.
Dude, my daughter's mom was Jehovah's Witness. I didn't know this. I didn't know this at the time. And her whole family still is.
Wow. Is she still that way?
No, she was disfellowshipped.
I would imagine I would imagine if she had especially if you guys weren't married, if you had a child I could see that being something that they would disfellowship with you over.
That's when I found out she was Jehovah because we were already like hooking up for at least 6 months or something like that. And then and then she like comes over crying, and I thought she was crying about the pregnant part.
Oh.
And it was like, no, I was disfellowship, my whole family. And I'm like, what do you disfellowship? What do you mean? Like, are you in like a gang or something? What do you mean you're disfellowship?
What does that mean?
I never heard of that before. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And she's like, oh, we're Jehovah. And I'm like, oh, no shit. Really? I did not know that. Sorry.
Yeah. You're just basically disowned. That's what they should call it. Disowning. Like they won't. Yeah.
And I've had, well, I wouldn't say arguments, but plenty of debates with my daughter's mom's mom about the whole, because I was trying to understand the Jehovah, because I've heard all this stuff, but I never, they come to the door and I take the little booklet. The booklet doesn't tell you anything. And so I ask her all these like questions and never got an answer. To this day, never got one answer.
Yeah.
So it still doesn't make sense.
Silver Girl, I can help out here. I can help her out here. Let me help her out.
Weird old lady when it comes to animals.
I'm gonna help her out here. We're gonna help.
Oh yeah, I did see your message in the beginning, Silver Girl. I'm definitely gonna let her know, and thank you. And we love you, Silver Girl. And V, beautiful V.
Yep. Where is it at?
I see you in there, Fish on. I type something again to make sure. Oh no, you did already. Okay, because for some. Oh, I know why now. Yeah, I figured all that shit out. I'm glad you're here, Fish on, because yeah, that was weird, man. I'm glad you mentioned that when you did, because otherwise it'd be you and 11 other people would be blocked, and I'd never have a freaking clue. I don't know if I got hacked or what, but 12 people were blocked, and I've never blocked anyone. I mean, I blocked those porn sites or whatever that always, the bots that fill up your chat.
There you go, sober girl.
There you go. Come on, Bubbles. Come here. Come on, Bubbles. Come on. Say hi to Silver Girl. And
Say
Uncle
hi,
John.
Silver. Yeah.
He's like, what the hell am I doing up here?
What are you doing here, me? Where did that one go, though? I had another one up here. Let's see here. It's kind of weird. I didn't.
Walking through it to unblock people. Oh, really? Oh, Garrett, speaking of prepper community, yeah, I'll get a hold of you later about that. But yeah, I got something working up about prepping that I want to do.
Nice.
Mr. Beck from doing time. Oh, right on. You've been here the whole time. Sweet. I seen you coming earlier. Right on, man. Mr. Beck from doing time. Much love. Thank you for hanging out. And definitely go show Mr. Beck from doing time some love and support, because he literally escapes from prison every night to make sure he comes to the shows.
There we go. That was the one I wanted.
Miss D's back. Hey, Miss D.
There we go. Just for you, Silver Girl. Strider says hi.
I can find out for you real quick, Joe, on an update on Nina's. Maybe. I don't know if I got too many tabs open. It's just going to run slow. All right. Well, we got 15 minutes left. So anyone got any questions on the first three, the main topic that we?
Or if you want to know how to just completely disregard what we do, we can get Joker on the panel with Garrett, and they can do a after show anti what Steve and John talked about for. I'm just joking, guys. Oh
wait, where did I go? I just had it. Oh shit! Yeah, I got too many tabs open.
I hate when that happens, and it affects your memory too. I can look things up myself. Miss luck. Now you need a picture of Pablo. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. It's still wow. See, well then again, I think it takes like 2 days for the actual numbers to update, but still needs I need glasses. What I need 200 or 100 and 80 or 191 hours, which is stupid because
have a good night, Garrett.
Oh, Garrett's taking off too.
Yep.
Oh, this thing won't close. I can't even close this out now. I can't read the chat. Close. There we go. All right. Much love, Garrett. Oh, Garrett, before you go. Emotional damage.
Why do you say that to him? Why is there something particular with him? Because that's
it just well, back when we met, it was just one of those like emotional, and then he's like stranger danger, stranger, and I forgot what show. I don't even remember, but I just know it's like that. Our way of see, stranger danger, stranger danger.
Stranger danger. Yeah.
Where did we see that? It was like, you know how when you see those like shows where they play clips and then they
Yeah.
play another clip to like,
Yeah.
and we used to watch the same thing. I just don't remember who it was, but it was always that emotional damage and stranger danger, bad touchy. And then ever since then, that's just how I say hi to him.
Emotional damage.
Oh, that's right. It's the Hangover.
The Hangover.
Emotional damage.
That's nice. Well,
that's right. I wanted to put this out.
Oh yeah.
Dang it. I put this in chat 45 minutes ago and got 28 votes.
Oh wow.
For Wane Part 2 next week. And I probably should have asked you first because it's kind of selfish in me. But they want Part 2. Be like, dude, they said they want Part 2. You got to do it.
Part 2 for what?
For another
yeah.
Part 2 of today.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much you want to kick the can on doing win the argument thing. I mean, that would have to go in a couple of different directions.
It would just be like we were saying earlier, like a continuation. But yeah, I don't think I'd be able to keep it on the same topic.
Yeah, no, it's hard to do on the topic.
But kind of how it goes into like.
Well, we could take it a lot of different. You could take it a lot of different areas. You know, you could do you could go into
even any kind of like psychology or how like your the way you were raised can have a lot to do with it.
And also we can also get into, because one of these days we're going to talk about the anarchy thing, because that was the other thing we were trying to get into.
That was the other one,
and that one got kind of shut down too, and
yeah, that was the other one, anarchy. Yeah, because what
I was like, well, you know, it's about entering into a contract and agreeing to that contract, and like, God bless him, broke fish come on, and then he just kind of, and then there's some other people came on. It was like, okay.
It was like a distraction, and then the whole topic.
It's hard to keep those kinds of conversations, you know, because it's, you know.
Yeah, when you got a bunch of people on the panel, it's shit. I go back and watch some where there's 9 people on the panel, and I'll rewatch like a half hour of it, and I'm like, I don't remember them saying that. I don't remember that. I didn't even hear them say that. You know, it's like it's hard to keep up with everything. That's why when panels like this, where it's just you and me, you know, the only really, it's not even a distraction, but it's the only thing that I might miss something is because I'm reading a comment and I might miss a couple words. But when you're doing that and you got 8 other people on the panel with you, it's like, forget about it.
Well, you know, that's why, you know, it's good to have a co-host that can kind of highlight those comments, and I know you and Ronnie were doing that for a time. Were you guys actually sharing the responsibilities on the thing, or if you, I don't know if you and Deeds do that too when it comes like the karaoke, where both of you can access and you can highlight those messages.
Yeah,
because that does help. You know, is that you got someone to kind of
that
when the other person.
Same with Ronnie. It was the same with Ronnie too, but then he lost that channel, and then I was trying to reconnect him with his other channel, but then he lost that one, but he still has access to mine, but not with the channel. You know, he can still have access to it with that original channel that they shut down somehow. I'm not sure how that works, but he just can't.
Well, because that's the channel that he logged into the StreamYards with.
Right. Yeah.
And so he can still log into because it lets you like log into like YouTube or Facebook, or you can create a Like I'm logged in with my YouTube channel. That's why
Right.
which is what you'd want to do if you want to connect your your StreamYards to your YouTube channel. Right? None of you assholes told me good night.
Joe Curry, you didn't say good night.
You didn't say good night.
You were saying good night to everyone else that was saying good night. This guy, look at starting arguments.
Good night. And
I'm right. You're wrong.
You know what? Good night and good riddance. No.
UV, right? Oh, unspecified V.
Yeah, he talks to her because they got their little thing where he thinks he's the bee's knees to her, and she's like, no. You got other women. They do their little teasing back and forth.
I like how beautiful V put that those bastards. The way
I said I was leaving. Fucker.
I like that when people put the accent in the spelling.
This is what I see here on the StreamYard side, Joker. Dude, I can look things up. That was done at 1:46 a.m. 3-week dummy. Hit the big ass X. We all had members back then. Memes. UV, we who joke never sleep. At Garrett, yeah, I'm out too. Okay, there you go.
Oh, is that where I missed that one?
Oh, yeah, we missed that one. That was at 1:49. And then my bottom of my chin is hitting my chest while yawning.
Yeah. Oh, see, the one I missed, because then there's the, which you meant the bottom, not them the bottom, but. Yeah,
I think I said it my phone.
Man, you do 1,000 things right. You do 1,000 things right, and you miss one message, and now you're an asshole.
And Joker's going to be the one guy that's going to call you out on that. Sorry to upset you there, my friend.
See?
Take a time. I told you, asshole.
You may be right, but I ain't wrong. Because I still didn't know, so it doesn't make me an asshole because I just missed.
If a bear shits in the woods and I don't see it, do I still need to know that he shit?
I just want to know if he wipes his ass.
Nope, UV called you out too. Okay, Joker, it's time to go to your pillow and put your head down and
rest well, Joe, knowing that you won.
Rest well, buddy.
You won the fight.
You won. You won the argument, and now you've lost me. Watch him say something like, "Well, I never wanted you in the first place, asshole."
Next time Joe comes on, he's like, "How come I don't have a wrench? What the fuck happened?"
Because you're like, because you called me out. You had impossible standards, Joker. You have impossible standards.
I was joking when I said Steve was an asshole, but no, he really is. You dick. I'd never do that to you, Joe.
No, he's the best mod. One of the best mods in the business. If there was a business to be made from it. Bullshit, y'all like me.
I do not, Joker, I do not like you. I love you, brother.
Exactly. See, if it was left up to like, then yeah, I would probably be like, yeah. But love, yeah. My wife sometimes, she goes, do you love me as well as you like me? And I'm like, no, that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was just thinking about that. Like,
yes, I like you, and yes, I love you. But what matters most is I love you. And it's like, why? Like, can't you just love me? Like when you don't love me, it's like, like it's kind of like it's, and I think it's because it's like, I think my wife gets worried that she can bore me. She's like, do I bore you? I'm like, no.
Yeah,
I don't get bored.
It's because that's because she truly loves you and wants to,
Yeah.
kind of like we were saying how a
Well, and I
father
think
and
sometimes,
son
like
where you
sometimes some of
want
the things that I'm into, I'm a really hard person to describe things sometimes. So sometimes if I'm liking something or I'm doing something, I do not like taking the time to describe it. Go figure. It's like me coming up to you and go, how do you go ahead and fix that, Steve? Like, just let me do it, man. It just pay me the $50 and this is how commerce works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whenever my husband says I
I was
love
just
you,
I was just looking at the same one.
I just
I
reply,
love it. It's like,
mean it, dude.
mean it.
Mean it. That kind of reminds me of that scene at the end of Saving Private Ryan, which I think is a terrible scene, right? When
Oh
Tom
man,
Hanks is
another movie,
Tom
another one I
Hanks is
only seen once,
yeah,
and
and Tom Hanks's character's about to die, and he looks at Matt Damon. He's like, "Earn it, earn it. Like I died for you, you bitch. Earn it." Like, like it's like we all died so you can live. Earn it. It's like that's kind of rude.
yeah, it's almost like no pressure.
Earn it. It's like what?
Oh, see, now that's another movie I'm gonna have to watch. Uh, shit, I forgot the name already. Blade, was it Blade?
Blade.
Blade, and then I'm gonna have to watch Saving Private Ryan again.
I just got Soldier from the UPS today because I ordered that because I looked everywhere for it and I was like, okay, I'll have to buy it now. I try to buy a lot of stuff used, but this one I had to buy new. You remember that one with Kurt Russell?
Is it a new one?
Well, no, it came out in '98.
Oh no, what's the name of it again?
Well, hold on, I'll go get it real quick.
Kurt Russell. It's probably gonna be one of those where I'm like, oh yeah, that one. I start far too much shit. Yeah, but in a what's the word? I can't even think what's the word I'm looking for. You do, but in a good way. Like you don't have bad intentions. Put it that way. Is Fishon still in here? Fishon, I seen him come in, and I seen he didn't have a wrench, so I gave his wrench back, and then I seen he did get it back because I wanted to make sure. Yeah, see, that one doesn't ring a bell. Soldier. Well, shit, there's another one I'm gonna have to watch now because I don't think I've ever seen that one, or unless I go to watch it and I'm like, oh, that's what this movie was called. Because you ever done that?
Yeah.
Don't know
Well,
the name of the movie.
actually, not for me so much because I'm pretty like I'm a savant with movies, and I used to work in the movie, and I used to work at a video store, so there's
The video store.
there's very few movies. I used to work for these archaic institutions called Hollywood Video.
Oh yeah, I remember Hollywood Video. Yep.
Yeah. So
that was me growing up. That was besides baseball and sports and bowling, me and my dad, we bonded. We'd always go to the movies. It'd be like, go to movies, go to movies. Like and then at home too, late at night, I'd sneak out of my room. Me and my dad watch a movie. If my mom got up to check on me, he'd be like, you better go pretend you're sleeping. Your mom's up. And then I'd sneak back to my room. Yeah, movies and sports. And morals.
Yeah. But that's it right there. Soldier. It's a good movie.
Definitely got to watch that one now, because especially if it's from the 90s.
Yep.
Older movies are just back when they were more original.
Yeah. Meow. Unspecified feels like your cat is giving me the death stare. Meow.
It's weird. It almost look like your cat's like really right there. It's like high definition picture.
Meow.
And you know what? Everyone in chat, thank you for the 50 likes. That is awesome. Normally, I'll throw out the video of hit the like, but I didn't, not once, and I didn't even bring it up once, and still got 50 likes. You guys rock. Thank you. And we'll figure out if we're gonna do a part 2, I guess. And
Yeah.
if we do, I'll definitely
we'll do. I've got to figure out when to do it because
right.
You know,
we'll let the time change and
well, yeah. But I love how it says on here. It says it's a high def assault. It's a Rambo meets Death Wish and Dirty Harry in outer space.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Rambo.
You remember the old movie theater the movie trailer voice?
Yep.
In a world so far away from your own.
In a world where Rambo was never heard from.
A coming of age story with an aging action star and an unknown Canadian phenomenon. One voice, one mission.
One man. He checked his mail and he had mail.
From Trimark Studios.
There's actually a band called Rock Sugar, and the lead singer of that band is a voice actor, and he used to do that voice. And he's the lead singer of Rock Sugar, and what they do is they take like a rock song and a pop song from like the 80s and 90s, and they combine them. Dude, you gotta check them out. Rock Sugar is pretty entertaining. But he is a voice actor, so it's like,
yeah,
he does that in a world.
From Paramount Pictures and the director of 12 movies, which I don't really give a shit about.
Right.
The director of an overpaid, overrated film
that you still never heard of.
Remains of My Loved One, coming to theaters in March. There's a whole generation that will not get movie theater guy or the trailer guy.
I know, dude. That's what made it fun too. When you heard that voice, you're like, "Oh, I want to see this movie." I don't even know what it's about.
Like the one for the one for 13th Warrior. Remember that movie?
13th Warrior. I do, but I don't.
Yeah, he's like when he was forbidden to look at her, the woman he loved, and for that he was banished to a foreign land in a foreign way. Now he is the 13th Warrior.
Dude, those are the best, man. I didn't care what the movie was about, but if there was that voice, I'm like, I gotta see that one.
I know.
I want to see that one.
I know.
It worked.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and then that guy went to like they did the what was it, the Joe Blow? Who was the one that did the honest trailers? He went to because they stopped using the guy for the voiceover for trailers, and so so honest trailers hired him, and he does like the honest trailer voices for the director of some shitty movie you forgot about 12 years ago. Comes Tom Hanks in an underrated performance. Oh man, it's
good shit.
Good stuff, man.
We got to do a movie night one, man.
I can go down that rabbit hole.
Well, see, I've always been a movie buff. Like I said, that was me growing up. Besides baseball and sports, me and my dad's relationship was, sports and movies, and we bonded really. I mean, to this day, he's still my hero, and I still look up to him. But yeah. But I know a lot more than I do.
We need to do some of the read the comments like that. Maybe like at Joker, I'm keeping my eye on these fishy guys.
Dude, that's crazy.
You cool with me?
Ask Nina this, because I had this idea, like, maybe 2 months ago, and I was like, I don't know, I was like trying to think of like fun videos to watch if I were just to make videos and not go live.
Yeah.
And when I wake up in the morning, and I literally do this. When I wake up, I'm not a morning person. I am the crabbiest, like you don't want to talk to me for at least
Which is
hour and
why
a
I
half.
gotta like wait till like 4 o'clock my time to even
Right.
consider. Be like, okay, like I was actually gonna call you the other day. I was like, okay, what time is it? Oh shit, it's 1 o'clock. That means it's 12, 11, 10. Yeah, no.
Yeah. If it's before 10 a.m. from my time, it's like, yeah. I don't even have my, like when I go to bed,
What
I leave
happens
my
when you have to
phone
take
out
it? Do
here.
you take any calls before that time or
Nope.
no? You're like,
I don't even have my
I will
phone on
only
me. I
work
just leave
between
it.
10 and 5.
I don't,
And on the
I don't even
occasion
check
you
my
pay me.
phone. I don't check my phone until I'm up. And it's not like, oh, I gotta have a cup of coffee or whatever. It's just I need to like my brain needs like to wake because I don't sleep good, right? So even though I'm just waking up, it's not like I went to sleep and slept like a rock for 6 hours straight. And it's like, oh, I feel so refreshed. It's like, man, I tossed and turned all night, my back hurts. I'm just a crabby old man. Fucking talk to me. But
Yeah.
so when I do that though, I'll watch videos. That's when I catch up on my videos. But I'm reading the comments in the videos, and I always like doing different voices and stuff.
Yeah.
And I got a shitty morning voice too, like that. You could tell I was like really tired.
Yeah.
So then I'll be reading comments, and I'll go like, but yes, oh shit, I gotta find one. Just when I'm on panel, I can't see the chat. I just have the one cell phone going. This is Steve Stream, yes. And then I'll go on the next one and be like, I start to fart too much shit. Be like, bro, Joe Curra, LOLs, bro. On my mother's eyes, bro. You're good, bro. I swear to God. And I just do like all these different voices, but I'm just reading. And I was like, what if I just did like a video, like a 10-minute video of just playing their video, but just reading the chat in different voices. But that voice would be good. I'm gonna have to practice on that voice now.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Unspecified V says the viewer with no content. Just saying. And then beautiful V comes in. And Nunya says, are y'all fighting? Get on your back.
Arr. Get ready for a high seas adventure with broken fish. Broke fish. Ha! It's unlisted now. Oh.
He's not only broke, he's also fishing.
Anyways, I'm catching the right train to kiss my ass down. Good night. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. You remember that? The weakest link show?
Yeah, the weakest link.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah, no fighting. Beautiful V and broke fishing. Beautiful V is beautiful V. And broke fishing is broke fishing. But beautiful V and me go way, way, way back. Way back before I ever did a live. But we are 10 minutes over the 4-hour mark. Yep. So
who's grumpier than any other mod? Joker. SquarePants. Anyways, thank you, Steve, for having me on. I appreciate it. It was good.
Oh, absolutely. Dude, thank you for coming up, man. This was awesome. And yeah, well, if you want to hang out for like 5 minutes, I'll close it out. We could talk more, but everyone in chat, I love all you guys. Thank you everyone for hitting the like button. That's so cool. And yeah, we set up another one. I'll definitely let you guys know in advance to make sure the notifications get out. And I love you too, Nunya, and I love you, beautiful V and Silver Girl. I love you, Joker. I love you. And Miss Luck. And it's going to take a while to go. Oh, and Miss D. Of course, I love Miss D. And emotional damage. So, but until next time, guys, if there isn't a next time before next Monday, or this coming Monday karaoke. We'll see you then. But until then, I love all y'all. Have a beautiful morning, beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening, a beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha. Most importantly, God bless.
You can call me stupid. Yes, you can call me sheep. You can say I'm lazy. You can say I'm weak. You think that using her would get to me. And if you're right, then you're in trouble, D. 'Cause I won't break, no, I know I won't wait. You're in trouble, D. But when it comes to her, you better keep it sealed. Don't you dare say a single word, or I will strike you where it feels. You think that using her would get to me, and if you're right, then you're in